Hello, everyone. Welcome to day two of the Ethical Formulators Virtual Summit. Please, if you can hear me, just indicate in the comment section. Let me know that you can hear me. And this session is running on multiple platforms: YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Now, the beauty of YouTube is that you may be able to see it better on the you may be able to see it, you'll see it better, like the display, the slides, you'll see it better on YouTube than on Instagram. So again, please let me know if you can hear me. Where are you joining from? I didn't even have the time to ask this yesterday. um let me know where you're joining from. Welcome everyone. Welcome. We want more people to join us before we start the summit for today. Now today we're going to be focusing a lot on Q&A sessions. We have the Ask the Formulators forum where we're going to be answering all your formulation questions. However, before then, we have some speakers who are going to talk on, we're going to focus a lot on hair care today. And then I will be speaking on the misuse of cosmeceuticals and where to draw the line. So, again, if you can hear me, let me know, please. Just indicate in the comment section, and I would know that you can hear me. Okay, thank you so much. Great. So, let's just wait for a few more people to join us before we um, begin this session. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can feel free to send me a DM on Instagram. You can write it in the comment section, even if it's questions from yesterday. Um, Please feel free to drop it today. We're going to be answering a lot of questions today, a lot of population questions. And please feel free to share this link. This is a free summit. The whole essence of this summit is to educate, educate, educate. A lot of the misinformation, a lot of the unethical practices we've been seeing, we've pinned it to the fact that maybe people do not have adequate access to information, or maybe information overload. They get information, but they do not know which information is right and which information is wrong. Now you have a lot of people that we carefully selected the speakers, and the speakers have been in this industry for years. People who know their onion. That way you can have your burning questions answered. So please do well to share the link, invite your formulator friends, let them know that they have access to free information today. Even if they weren't able to attend yesterday, let them know that they have access to free information today. So please share, share, share. So I'm just going to bring our first speaker on stage. So the first speaker for today is a trichologist. Her name is Esoe. She's a lawyer and a practicing trichologist with the International Association of Trichologists, Australia. Now, her trichology clinic, Hair Revive, operates in Abuja, Nigeria, and she's passionate about the advancement of the science of African hair. I think a lot of us might know her as Nat Main. I think so. Um, I will just add her to the stage now and have her speak to us about the formulator and let me okay, she's going to introduce her topic herself. Welcome, Esoe. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you
Hello.
hear me? I can hear you.
I need to be sure that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but I don't know why you can't hear me. Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Somi.
Oh yes, sorry. I just realized that I mute myself mistakenly. Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you
All right.
loud and clear.
Cool. All
So I'm
right.
just going to leave the stage for you to take over.
Okay.
All
So
right,
let me
thank you.
see if I can put up my slide. Just give me a minute,
Okay.
please. All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Esohe Aigewi. I'm a trichologist. I practice from Abuja. I don't know why okay, my slide is uploading. So the
Okay.
original plan was for me to talk about the boundaries between hairstylist and trichologist, but today, I don't know, can you see my slide?
No, we can't see it. Okay. Yeah, we can. I can see your slides. Yeah,
Okay, cool. So
we
it's
can
up
see
now.
it.
But because this forum is majorly for formulators, I decided to focus on that and just, tweak my presentation to suit the audience. So today I'm going to be talking about hair care, the formulator, the trichologist, and the client. Now, three of us have a major role to play in giving our customers or giving the general public what it is that they want. So if you look at this picture here, this is a microscopic picture of African hair. So when your hair is twisted, this is what it looks like under the microscope, really close picture. And you can see how thin the structure of the hair is. Now, let's start off with saying what trichology is. What is trichology? Trichology is the study of hair and scalp disorders. What does a trichologist do? We specialize in diagnosing and treating hair loss and scalp conditions. So that's what we do majorly. Something that I would like people to really understand as well is that we don't work alone. We work with the help of other professionals. We can send you to an endocrinologist, we can send you to your general practitioner. Sometimes we even work with people who can help you to calm your nerves because there are so many reasons why a person can have hair loss. We also work with products. So formulators as well, you help us to do our job. For instance, if you look in this picture, you see that this lady has some type of hair loss, but she has a lot of hair all around. Now, I can work on the parts of hair that she has lost, but then I still need products to help me take care of the other hairs that she has growing well, so that by the time her hair grows back, everybody is happy. All right. So we have a common goal. As you know, you might not know that, but we have a common goal. The trichologist, the formulator, the hairstylist. Now, what the customer generally wants is they want healthy hair. Sometimes people want long hair, but generally, what people are looking for is healthy, manageable hair. Now, the formulator has the skill and the know how to give the customer the hair that she or he wants. Now, sadly, there are times when the client has a hair and scalp problem and the solution does not come in a cosmetic formulation. Now, this is where the trichologist comes in. For instance, if you look at this lady in the picture as well, this is one of my clients. Top here is when she came in to see me. She has traction alopecia, female pattern hair loss, and she's been using products over the years. She's done so many things and nothing seemed to work. She saw me, and what you're seeing down there is 6 months post treatment. So when we started her treatment, 6 months later, this is what we got. Now, the thing is, most times when clients try to get products from you, they sometimes have an already existing problem. Now, somebody like Natural Nigerian can attest to this because she works with me or I work with her when dealing with customers. So customers will send her a message and say, "Oh, my hair is breaking off. My hair is falling off." What she usually does is she will send these clients to me because she has noticed that when customers are telling you that their hair has fallen off, it's not that, sometimes they're not giving the exact information. So somebody's hair breaking could mean that she's having traction and she thinks her hair is breaking. She doesn't know that her hair is not growing from the roots. A client can send you a client can send you a message and tell you, "Oh, my baby's hair is not growing. Her child is just having neonatal hair and the hair is going to grow." But she will send you a message telling you that my child has hair loss. Now, the quick thing for you to do is say, "Okay, oh, your child is not having you will send the hair growth serum." And then at the end of the day, the child starts to have side effects from these products that you've applied. The speaker spoke very well yesterday about products and like taking care of your baby with products and how we should be careful with some of the ingredients that we are putting in. We've seen a lot of damage done to the skin or scalp and hair of children when their mothers look for something that they shouldn't be looking for in the first place. So generally, I will just show you some pictures of certain things that you will look at. The client will tell you she's having a particular problem, but what she's talking about is something different. Now, when you give her a product to use, she can use this product and it wouldn't work, or the problem will continue. And what she would tell people outside, she wouldn't tell people that she didn't give you the total picture. Most times, she's not even aware of the particular problem that she's having. At the end of the day, your brand will suffer because a bad review or two bad reviews are out there. Not because it's your fault, but because we just went about things, the wrong way. Now, so if you look at this picture, um, what we see sometimes might be a bit more complex. This is hair loss. Now, this client came in to me, the first picture to your left, and she said to me that she's having hair breakage. Now, this is a diffuse hair loss. This is female pattern hair loss that she has. Now, you can't see the full picture, but if you look at her hairline, it's full in her scalp. Now, if I do not have the background in trichology, I will probably give her like a product to apply. What she really needed was something different. Now, if you look at the second picture, can you hear me or I'm talking to myself? Please let me know in the comment section if you can hear me or if. Hello? Oh, cool.
I
All
can
right. So
hear
now,
you. I can hear you.
all right. Okay. So, in the second picture, this lady contacted me with Tabika. The back of her head at the hospital, there was no hair at all. Like she just had a low cut since she was a teenager. And then in the middle of her scalp, she had long hair. So what she did was that she kept the middle of her scalp trimmed down. So from her hairline to the crownal area, there's hair. But from at the back of her scalp, there's no hair. Now, once you look at this picture and she tells you she doesn't, her hair is breaking off, looking at it, you might just, okay, I'm going to give her a protein treatment and that's it. But you give her a protein treatment, nothing works. So I took some samples of her hair. Once you rub your hands on her hair, you just see little strands falling off. And that's a red flag. Once I took samples of her hair, I looked at them. I noticed that her hair was not growing like normal African hair. It had some twists and turns in the middle. So I told her to come to my office. And when we looked under the microscope, we saw that she had a lot of hairs that are twisted like this. Now, if you look at the hair to the right, you see it's a smooth curve. Now, African hair doesn't grow like normal other people's hair. Our hair curls, there are some turns, but hers turns from the root. Now, this showed me she has a hair shaft disorder, and the solution is not in just applying products. Yes, we give her products that contain protein. And when I say protein, I don't mean egg. I've heard of people mixing egg in products and selling to customers. Please note that the protein molecules in the protein in egg cannot do anything for your hair. You need really, I'm sure Somi or Natural Nigerian, one of you will talk more about this. You need amino, like, so if you look at the ingredient list, you see they'll write like amino protein, amino acids, or they'll put what do you call now? I'm not thinking. Once I let me go ahead. I will remember the ingredient list and I'll let you know. Hydrolyzed protein, those type of things. So you really need hydrolyzed proteins for it to do anything for the hair. For it to penetrate the hair shaft and then coat the hair shaft. Sometimes, in really bad cases, we might even need silicones to help. I know that people say silicones are bad for the hair, but in my experience and reading research papers, sometimes we need to go that length to be able to give our clients what they are looking for. So now with this lady, what we had to do was supplement. Now, we are not trained here to do that. It was when we were able to supplement, that was when she was able to keep some of her hair length. Her hair did grow, but then she got tired and then she stopped. And once she stopped, we came back to what we're looking at now. But she was happy knowing that something isn't wrong with her. She actually thought it was her village people. It wasn't her village people, it just wasn't her hair. She just had a hair shaft defect. Now, if you look at this other picture, scalp conditions, picture to the left, seborrheic dermatitis. The next picture, when you look at it, the client will tell you, oh, my scalp is flaking. But here's what happened with the second client. So here, what I wrote is both pictures look like dandruff. But one of these cases was caused by stylist at the request of her client. Now, in the second picture, where you see these round circles, you can see that her hair is pulling out from the scalp. She has hair loss on a normal day. And she goes to a stylist, tells the stylist that the stylist should do DD for her. We all know what DD is, two hand. I think they call it honeybee in Abuja in the north. And so the stylist did that for her. It was too tight. Now, this coat, this layer you see on her scalp was just from tightness. Her scalp was just too tight. I've seen this a lot. So clients will come to you, they will say to you, oh, I'm having dandruff. But then once you take their history, you would realize that the dandruff only appears when the style is too tight. Now, if the client sends you a message on Instagram and she takes pictures and sends to you, your mind is, oh, she's having dandruff. You're not able to link to the case, link her history of having tight styles together with the dandruff or the flaking coming out. So once she uses your product, it's going to clear the scalp. But once she braids her hair, a few days later, the scalp is going to flake again. She will think that your product is not working. No, you have a good product. She's just using it wrongly. She hasn't found the password to why the problem exists. So that's another reason why we need to take the history of our clients, and you need to work with people who really understand hair care practices and how they can affect your customers. Now, if you look at this picture up here, this is a client that had severe hair breakage from the wrong use of relaxers. She had gone to other people, she had used so many products, she showed me all the products she was using, but her hair was still falling out in chunks. So we had to switch her regimen. Now, in this case here, we had to use cosmetics to assist us to be able to get the results that we are seeing in the pictures below. So this is where your products come to help us. When we have a very good formulated product, our customers are able to see beautiful results because we are able to use a good regimen together with your awesome products to be able to give them the expected end. The lady to the left, same issue. She had flaking, she had dandruff, severe dandruff. Not really bad, but yeah, in this picture here, it was really horrible because she had kept her hair on for such a long time. Somebody had advised her that if you wash your hair less often, you would not have the dandruff. But we put her on a very good regimen, good products, good regimen. Together, we have a clear scalp. Now, something some of you might not know is that once you use products wrongly or once the formulation is not correct, your clients can suffer from burns. Now, there's a particular product in the market. I'm not going to mention their name, but they make relaxers. And I've seen clients suffer from really horrible burns using that product. And that's why yesterday when Halima was talking, I said something in the comment box where I said that Nigerian people who make products for the African market, be it local and internationally, sometimes they bypass experts who can help them, even with guiding them on how the product should be used. So these days, if you look at relaxers, you would see conditioning agents in relaxers. Even the way the relaxers like the way they tell their clients to use these products is very different. But this Nigerian brand is the same mode of operation that they've been using since the early 2000s when I knew them. That's the same thing today. And clients are suffering, but nobody is saying anything. And they are suffering from burns. So if you're making hair products, you're making skincare products, sometimes you can reach out to people who have to use these products every day and they will advise you on the best possible way, your clients can use these products and the best possible ingredients that you can sometimes use. Clients will also have seborrheic dermatitis. In 2016, 2015, thereabouts, when Shea powder was very popular, we had a lot of clients coming for this problem. And sometimes when it starts, it's very difficult for you to take it, for you to, for you to solve the problem. So please, you need to be very careful with, the ingredients you are using, where you source them from, how you use them so that your customers don't have a bad experience. Once people have a bad first experience with your products, trust me, they are not going back. Sometimes, even when we tell customers that, no, you used it wrongly and that is why you had this issue, they would refuse vehemently to go back to using that product. Also, clients can suffer from severe breakage. That's something that is also very common, severe breakage. And they can also be very disappointed and lack trust. Most times when clients suffer from hair loss and they go into the market and, formulators or brands recommend some hair loss product to them, once that product doesn't work, they go somewhere else, it doesn't work. By the time they are coming to see a trichologist, they've lost trust in everybody. And so when you even give them something that can possibly work for them, you can see that they don't trust you. So we have to use another 20 minutes to plead with them and do research and just for them to try again, because a lot of us have broken their trust. Please remember that once people have a first bad experience with your product, getting them to use anything else can be a problem for you. So we don't want that to happen to your brand. Now, what are the things that we must consider before recommending products to solve scalp and hair problems? One, the history of the client, the history of the customer. Um, like you see this lady in this picture here now, she could send you a message online and tell you my hair is falling off. You wouldn't know the extent to which the hair is falling off. You wouldn't know what happened to make the hair fall off. And if you just quickly give her a product, this case here, her hair is never going to grow back. The hair has to fall off completely. All the dyed hair is going to fall off completely, and then the new hair will grow. What she did was that she went to a salon and the stylist told the stylist she wants to relax her hair and dye her hair. That's a no-no. You can't do two chemical treatments at once. So the stylist relaxed the hair first and then dyed it. So not even normal dyeing. They bleached the hair before they colored it. So that's even three chemical processes at once. After that, her hair just started falling off in chunks. When she came to see me, damage already done. And so I had to give her the right expectation. I did not lie to her. I didn't tell her, oh, you can buy this product. Let's get this product. No. I told her, madam, your hair is going to fall off, but I will care for it so that the fall is not too much. I can cut it. She said, no, I've never seen myself with short hair. I don't want to do that. What do we do? So what we advise her is that we'll just be taking care of her hair. And then when she's comfortable enough, we'll cut it off. But everything is going to fall off. So you see, we took the history, we understood the type of hair loss that she's having, severe breakage, and then also we gave her the right expectations. We did not lie to her. We gave her the right expectations. And so she knows what she's doing along her journey. Also, we should understand that there are different type of scalp conditions and we need to give our customers the right expectations. We also need to consider the styling and handling practices of our customers. Sometimes the problem is not in your product. It is in the way the customer combs her hair. So, for instance, when customers come to see us, we'll recommend very good products for them, but realize that their hair is still not growing. We tell them, sit down, give them a comb, ask them to comb their hair. When you see the way some of your customers comb their hair, you will be in shock. And so you shouldn't be surprised when the hair is not growing. But if you keep on just pushing the product side to them, most times they will be jumping from pillar to post. Oh, I use this product, it didn't work. I use this product, it didn't work. I use this product, it didn't work. No, the problem is not in the product. The problem is in your handling. The problem is in your regimen. You cannot wash your hair today, wash it 3 months later, and expect to have healthy hair. When a client is having hair loss, they have to have very good scalp hygiene. Many of us are not aware of this. You cannot deep condition your hair today, deep condition your hair next in March, and not expect Hamatan to destroy your hair. You cannot be in winter in the US and then say, oh, when I was in Nigeria, I was using some very good products. They contact you, you send the products to them, and they're wondering why the product is not working. It will not work because you're not taking very good care of your hair determined by the weather that you're in. All right, go to the last slide. So moving forward, there are many reasons why a person develops hair loss. We need to understand this. It could be environmental. We've had clients go to a country where it doesn't have as much sunlight. When they were in Africa, their hair did beautifully well. When they went somewhere else where they weren't getting as much sunlight, they started to develop hair loss. If you don't know this, you will send them products, it wouldn't work. So refer your customers to well-trained professionals who will help them, to get the best. Avoid diagnosing problems online. I've said to you, yes, that sometimes a customer will tell you something and what exists it really isn't it. Customers can describe something and have a totally different problem. Beware of products you recommend to children for hair growth. One of the ways I use to judge products is if I look at your product line for children and I see a product there for hair growth, I delete it. I'm so biased. I wouldn't even look at the other things to see how well they are doing, because you shouldn't be selling hair growth products to children. Their hair would grow. Most times when children are not growing their hair as well as we expect, we start to look at things like diet. We don't necessarily start to apply products. I had a client walk into my place. She was recommended by a salon, and she was angry when I did not give her minoxidil to grow her child's hair. What does a child have to do with minoxidil? Somebody else had told her about it, and she came to me expecting me to give it to her because she wanted her child's hair to grow before her first birthday, that was about 2 months from the time we were talking. Be careful when making hair loss formulations. Remember, the image of your brand is very important. You don't want to give clients something and it doesn't turn out the way you want. They will think everything else is horrible. Please do your research to avoid causing irreparable damage. Be sure of who supplies your products, your raw materials. Remember, I said in around that kind 215 to 218, I'm not quite sure now, but there was a period when Shebe was really hot and we had so many complaints from the use of shebe powder. So please, what we want is healthy hair for our clients, but you need to be able to sieve through the information they are giving you so that your brand stays relevant in the market. Thanks a lot. I think I will stop here. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you, Somi, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. This Chebe thing, I quarreled with a lot of people. If you've been following, anybody who has been following me will know that me and Chebe are not friends. I especially because the formulation and all of that, you take Chebe powder, add it into emulsions, and then it's really stressful, really. Thank you so much for this session. I really enjoyed it. I feel like hair care is not something that we talk about so much, except maybe when there's an issue, maybe people who have itchy scalp, dandruff, or maybe they want to grow their hair. That's when they now start running helter skelter. But I strongly believe that prevention is better than cure. Um, Thank you so much. Please, if you have any questions, does anyone have any questions, please drop in the comment section. Do you have any questions, please? Meanwhile, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Um, can you hear me, please? I feel like, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you. Please, does anyone have any questions? Any questions, please, on um, this topic? Okay, I think someone dropped a question. Okay, no, no question. Please, if you have any question. Okay, somebody said, what causes itchy scalp, please?
There are so many reasons, itchy scalp. Sometimes it could be from styling, it could be from the products you've used, you are reacting to the products. Some people also have certain issues that they deal with at different times of the year that can also cause the itching. These things you really need to. So with trichology, dermatology, anything relating to the hair and scalp, there's a lot of investigation that goes into it. There are issues where clients are really stressed out and then their bodies will produce certain chemicals that would cause itching on the scalp. You wouldn't know this. So that's why we always advise, if you're having these issues, please seek experts advice. We know, dermatologists, the trichologists, people who have experience dealing with hair and scalp issues. There are also doctors who are trichologists. People that understand hair and scalp conditions, they would be able to pinpoint the problem and let you know.
Okay,
Sometimes even
thank you.
hormonal issues, if you are producing, an excess of certain hormones, and your scalp is producing a lot of oil, these things come together and will cause itchy. So you really can't tell. It's very difficult for you to pinpoint what it is just from. Why is my scalp itching? We need to take your history and know how to assist.
Okay, thank you. So somebody else says is asking. She says for people who want training on trichology, are there certified schools you can recommend in Nigeria? And somebody's also asking for anyone in Ghana.
What I would advise you to do, there are three bodies in the world that I would recommend you go to. We have the IAT, the International Association of Trichologists, Australia. We have Institute of Trichologists in the UK, and I think there's the WTS in the US. There's nobody in Nigeria for now that is able to offer this course. Somebody like Natural Nigerian and Dr. Chizo, they can attest to this. There are people who will go around telling you they are trichologists and they're not well trained. They went to some school here in Nigeria, they don't have a clinic training. I studied with the International Association of Trichologists, Australia, and I had to go for a clinic training where I also studied under trichologists who have 10 years and above experience. We went to clinics where they do, like, we studied under surgeons who are trichologists, doctors who are trichologists. So you have to learn this thing because to some extent, there's a huge part of trichology that has to do, that is sort of medical, I put it that way. So if you just go to this Nigerian, as will I say, I don't know what they are, but who offer this service. One of us on this group can attest to the fact that she was in a supermarket and one of these people who was trained from a school here in Nigeria walked up to her and said she had hair loss. Her hairline is just not as forward as the average person. So we have them, especially in Lagos, a lot of them. So please, if you want to be a trichologist in Nigeria here, we have the Nigerian Association of Trichologists. You can reach out to us. I and Natural Nigerian are members on this platform. Reach out to us and we'll let you know how to proceed. But for now, in Nigeria and Ghana, I don't know of any. These three associations I've mentioned are the top bodies who will give you the best knowledge that you can get. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Natural Nigerian said somebody is asking how often to steam her hair.
That's
How
a very good,
often?
very, very good question. Now, before I answer your question, I'll just give you like a history. If you remember, if you were young enough in the 90s, in the 80s, you remember that the number of people that you saw with really healthy hair, not as much as the people you are seeing these days. These days, you will see people that have long hair everywhere. Now, do you know what the difference is? In those days, we were using more of mineral oil and just washing our hair. But these days, we are using conditioning products that are very, that have a lot of conditioning agents. So, African hair loves conditioners. The average person goes to the salon and then they just use like maybe egg and they do it once in a very long time. I would recommend that during Hamatan, try to deep condition your hair at least once in 2 weeks. Now, during dry season, you can slack a bit and do once in a month. During rainy season, you can do once in a month. Now, why is this? Because the moisture in our hair, the moisture content in our hair is largely dependent on the moisture in the environment. So when the weather is dry, your hair will be dry as well. And so you need to help your hair. You need to put in moisture. You need to keep it moisturized. That's why I'm happy a lot of you here have moisturizers in your hair care lines. At least the people who I know. So try to moisturize regularly and then look for products that have very good conditioning agents. African hair loves BTMS. Look for those type of products and your hair will thank you. So deep condition as regularly as you can. Once in a week is too much. Once in 2 weeks during Hamatan is cool. Yeah.
Then I think you're talking about steaming. Deep
Oh yeah,
conditioning
sorry, I'm
goes with
using
steaming, right?
steaming means deep conditioning. We are saying the same thing.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm
Okay.
using
Okay.
the yes. So steaming, yes, steam your hair once in 2 weeks minimum during Hamatan, and then during rainy season you can do once in a month. But if you can still keep it up once in 2 weeks, your hair will thank you. And
Okay.
please note also that there are different types. So we have moisture, we have protein. You need to find that balance so that
Yeah.
your hair can thrive. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
You're
So if you
welcome.
have any If anybody has any further questions, please just keep it. We'll still have the a question and answer session. So if you drop any hair care question, Sarah will do well to answer you then. But for now, let's just have the next speaker come on stage. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this session. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Mm, okay, so the next session is going to be I'm actually the person taking the next session, and I'm waiting for my slides to load. And I'm going to be speaking to you about the misuse of cosmeceuticals and where to draw the line. Please, before I continue, can everyone still hear me? Um, Let me know before I continue. Can you hear me? Can everyone still hear me, please? Just put a thumbs up in the comment section and I would know that you're still here with me. Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to speak on the misuse of cosmeceuticals. Now, what is a cosmeceutical? Cosmeceuticals are, this term is attributed to the dermatologist Dr. Albert Kligman rather, who defined a cosmeceutical as a topical preparation that is sold as a cosmetic, but has performance characteristics that suggest a pharmaceutical action. Now, I've also seen another definition that says a cosmetic product that exerts a pharmaceutical therapeutic benefit, but not necessarily a biologic therapeutic benefit. I don't know what it means is that. So it's kind of confusing. It's like we're neither here or there. We're trying to play it safe when it comes to cosmeceuticals. Okay, it has pharmaceutical properties, but it's not supposed to influence the skin's physiological actions or the hair, the scalp. So it's kind of confusing. There's no legal term to it. Now, before we continue, let's know the difference between a cosmetic and a drug. Now, in Nigeria, Nigerian laws, I picked this directly from NAFDAC. Nigerian laws define drugs based on their intended use as any substance of vegetable, animal, or mineral origin or any preparation or admixture manufactured, sold, or advertised for use in the diagnosis, treatment, mitigation, or prevention of any disease, disorder, abnormal physical state in man or animal, or restoring, correcting, or modifying organic functions in man or animals. And then what is a cosmetic? Cosmetic, according to Nigerian law, are products that or any substance or mixture or substance intended to be rubbed, poured, sprinkled, or sprayed, introduced into or otherwise applied to the human body part or any part thereof for cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness or altering the complexion, skin, hair, or teeth. And this includes deodorants, detergents, and powders. So basically, a cosmetics, you shouldn't be making drug claims with the cosmetics. Drugs are completely different from cosmetics. Cosmetics shouldn't alter the physiological functions of it shouldn't influence it. That's for cosmetics. They're just there for beautifying. Now, let's back to cosmeceuticals. Cosmeceuticals is actually a combination of two terms, cosmetics and pharmaceutical. Now, even though it's not legally recognized, we can make claims no matter no matter the cosmeceuticals we use in our formulations. If you start to make claims, different sets of rules will apply. So you can't make claims, you know. However, cosmetic they're cosmetic pharmaceutical products intended to improve the health and beauty of the skin by providing disease fighting or healing properties. So, whether we deny it or we accept it, cosmeceuticals actually influence some physiological functions of the skin. So, for example, we have the one for acne control, anti-wrinkle effect, sun protection, depigmenting agents. How do depigmenting agents work? They actually they affect the skin's pigmentation system, or so you can't say that even though they are not legally recognized, they actually have influenced the skin. So what this means is that we really need to be careful about how we use these ingredients. I'm sure you've heard of the saying that the poison is in the dose. Now there are different classes of cosmeceutical ingredients. We have the vitamins, vitamin A, B, C, B3, B5, F. We have antioxidants. We have botanicals, and when I say botanicals, I'm not talking about your crude plant extract. I'm talking about standardized extracts here. Um, we have moisturizers, your occlusives, barrier enhancing ingredients, your humectants, your emollients. We have hydroxy acids, alpha hydroxy acids, beta hydroxy acids, polyhydroxy acids, and fruit enzymes. We have the retinoids, we have the depigmenting agents. Right now, when it comes to using cosmeceuticals, a lot of issues arise. I find that there's a misuse, because these, even though, like I said, they are not legally recognized as pharmaceuticals, we also really need to be really careful about how we use them. So, for example, skin safety when using cosmeceuticals in your formulations, you need to consider the immediate effect and the long-term effect when you use this thing for long. So, for example, hydroquinone is the gold standard for skin lightening. When you go to dermatologist, when you have maybe severe hyperpigmentation, they will still use HQ. However, they'll probably tell you that you take a break after, maybe I think it's 3 months or so. You take a break from using that particular ingredient. If not, it results into something else. Now, this is the one we know for hydroquinone. When it comes to the pigmenting agents, they have various ways that they function. And so you need to make sure that you do your in-depth research. You don't just choose an ingredient because that's what is trending. You take your time to see how does that work immediate, how does it work, what's the immediate function, and then when you use it for long, how does it affect the skin. Also, research regulation and compliance. Do your in-depth research on regulations and compliance. Check your documents and all of that. That way you get better insight on how best to use a cosmeceutical ingredient. Now, I also find that now everyone starts to talk about penetration enhancers. What I find that it's quite unfortunate that we have this head mentality. When something starts to rain, everybody jumps on it. Now, when you talk about penetration enhancers, there are different ingredients that serve as penetration enhancers. But what you fail to understand is that not all cosmeceutical ingredients need penetration enhancers. And also, when using these things, I hope you also realize that um, you're not just when you formulate a product, you're dealing with that product as a whole. So you have preservatives, you have other ingredients in there, chelating agents, and all of that. So when you're saying penetration enhancers, it's not like they are. You need to also consider how they are going to also affect the skin and let the skin let down its defenses and allow other ingredients that are not even supposed to penetrate. So you also need to be very careful about this penetration enhancers. Also, talking about dosage, depth, and delivery system. So, for example, when you're making skin whitening products, the ingredient needs to get to the basal layer to do that which it needs to do of the stratum corneum, because that's where the melanocytes are formed, right? However, when you're working with maybe moisturizers or skin hydrators, and you want to make a hydrating product, they don't need to get that far. you know they don't need to get that far, because basically they help with transepidermal water loss. For occlusives, they just sit on the skin to prevent transepidermal water loss. So you don't need penetration enhancers for every cosmeceutical. Also, there's a role for the molecular weight of the ingredient. Imagine using glycolic acid that has very small molecular weight and still adding a lot of penetration enhancers to it. And then you go ahead and say, oh, glycolic acid isn't so great for dark skin. However, you haven't formulated it well to suit the person you want it to work for. So you also need to pay attention to that when developing your cosmeceutical products. Also, bioavailability and stability. I always talk about dosage, depth, and delivery. You do not need to have at the highest concentration to get results. Also, you need to check, like I just talked about the depth and then your delivery systems, right? And then the type of product. What is the type of the product? How is the product going to be used? How often is the product going to be used? Let's use alpha hydroxy acids, for example. You can make a 10% alpha hydroxy acid product and then expect that it should be used every single day. However, I know when people say you shouldn't exfoliate your skin daily, people would say, oh, don't exfoliate your skin daily. That depends on the condition of your skin. For example, my skin is very oily and acne prone. I exfoliate my skin daily. However, I use mild exfoliants. So, for example, you will see things like MAG, N-acetyl glucosamine. This is a non-acid exfoliant. It will gradually exfoliate your skin. It won't do it in the way that alpha hydroxyl acids will do, right? And then, for example, if I decide to use things like salicylic acid, you would not find me using it at 2% in my formulation for everyday use. I would probably use it at zero point 0.5 because I'm looking at long term, or sometimes even zero point 0.3, zero point 0.2, because that's not the only ingredient that will be in that formulation. So frequency of use is something that you should also pay attention to. You don't just take an ingredient, oh, salicylic acid should be used at 2%, and then you just add it and use it like that. You need to take these things into consideration. Also, let's talk about warning statements on labels. Example is the sunburn alert. When you have people will say, oh, when you use AHA, when you have AHA in your products, use it at night. Then during the day, use your antioxidant product. Whether you use it at night or not, it will make your skin sensitive to the sun. So you must wear a sunscreen. So if you use an AHA product at night and you go out during the day, even if you're not wearing that product, that product has already will make your skin sensitive to the sun. So you must, in fact, you should be using a sunscreen, whether you're using an AHA product or not. So this sunburn alert is something that if you have AHAs in your product, please put it on the label. Put it on the label, let your clients know. Right. So also prevention versus treatment. I find that a lot of times we focus so much on treatment, and very little on prevention. Um, Yesterday we talked a lot about skin lightening. I don't know if this is where this is coming from, but when it comes to cosmeceuticals, some cosmeceuticals are needed to support the skin through its regular job. So the skin will usually it has its skin cell cycle when the cell will turn over, and all of that. The skin was built. Our skin is resilient. No matter how you hear that, oh, it takes 60 seconds for things to absorb and all of that. Your skin, normal healthy skin, is resilient, which is why we're going to still talk about in the round table section where we're still going to talk about soap, where we make it seem as if our skin, soap will just tear down your skin immediately. The skin is resilient. It is there to protect us from external factors, so it will do its job, right? However, as we get older, the rate at which our cell turns over will reduce, and so that's where you now start needing things like AHAs, retinoids, and all of that to support your skin through its regular job. It will still do this job, but you just need these things to support. So, moisturizers, UV protectants, antioxidants, vitamins. And let me tell you that your skin, and I was reading a research paper where they even talked about how moisturizers, excessive use of that can actually, I think, there's something they talked about, I think, will I say, making your skin not to actually do its job of moisturizing, because we have natural moisturizing factors in our skin that will naturally moisturize your skin. And that's why you find the child's skin looking plump, and sometimes you don't even need to do much. Once you For example, my daughter, we just use what's the name of this, palm kernel oil. That's what we use, and her skin is fine. Everybody's like, what are you using? What are you using? That's what we use. So sometimes normal healthy skin, you don't need so much because the skin was made to do things, to do its job. However, like I said, as we get older, these things start to malfunction, reduce, and then we need to support it. Now, there are other cosmeceuticals that are needed short term to deal with a particular skin issue. The pigmenting agents. Our skin, our melanin as Black people, is there to protect us. I don't know why we are always fighting with these melanocytes and melanin. So if you have issues with excessive pigmentation, hyperpigmentation, you deal with it. But once you're done dealing with it, then you leave your skin. So I find that this is where the issue arises. I find that even though um it's hydroquinone that they will say do not use for a long period of time, you know, skin lighteners, I don't see the reason why you should use skin lighteners all year round. If what you're trying to deal with is hyperpigmentation, if you do not have hyperpigmentation and you're not trying to bleach your skin, there's no reason why you should be using the pigmenting agents all year round. Your skin, if you protect your skin from external factors, you moisturize your skin, you protect, use antioxidants, use vitamins. Why exactly do you need to keep using the pigmenting agent? You would not have these things. In fact, just using sunscreen, it will protect your skin from, will reduce the likelihood of you getting things like age spots, melasma, and all those hyperpigmentation. So you may not need to still use the pigmenting agents. But I find that the conventional, everybody wants to have alpha butene, tranexamic acid, giga white, and all of that in their lotion. Why exactly? What is the need if your skin is healthy? And then, so also pay attention to secondary benefits. Like I said, sometimes you don't need these things. For those who have acne is something that you have to continually manage, right? And so how do you manage it? You inhibit the excessive production of oil. Retinoids will help you do that. And also what's it called? Exfoliating the skin. Retinoids will help you do that. How alpha hydroxyl acids will help you do that. Reduce the population of the acne causing bacteria on your skin. We have things like salicylic acid, azelaic acid that will help you do this. Now, things, let's example, azelaic acid will kill the acne causing bacteria. It will increase cell turnover. It will reduce inflammation, you know, and it will still lighten excessive pigmentation. So most times, for example, my skin is very oily and acne prone, but you will not catch me using alpha butene. Most times what I need to do is because I find that by the time you start using these things all year round, when you stop, you will start feeling like something is wrong with your skin. Oh, I'm getting darker. Oh, my skin is now dull. Oh, it's no longer glowing. Nothing is wrong with your skin. You have just gone back to your original color, my sister. Just leave your skin. Most times when you use the normal products to nourish your skin, you use things like your retinoids, you use your moisturizers, you use your vitamins, you use antioxidants. Your skin, that glow you're looking for, your skin will have it. And your skin will be healthy. You will see that glow. You would love your natural color, right? Okay, so, and I don't even like it when we start talking about colors and all of that. That's not what this is. This session is for. Okay, so like I said, pay attention to secondary benefits. Most times when you use, like, for example, niacinamide, fantastic ingredient for supporting the barrier system, it will help with inflammation. And then secondary benefit might also lighten mild pigmentation. And so by the time you use maybe niacinamide, azelaic acid, you may not, and maybe a little bit of small concentration of salicylic acid, 0.2%, for example, and use that. Like I said, focus on long term. You're nourishing your skin in the long term. And then in the morning, you use your vitamins, your vitamin C, or maybe you do a combination of SAP, which there was one research paper that they said 5% SAP worked as well as 5% benzoyl peroxide. You use that, and then you still use your niacinamide in it. These things will give you secondary, I don't want to use the word lightning, but secondary lightning benefits in the fact, meaning that it will help you lighten pigmentation. That's if you have mild hyperpigmentation. So you do not need to use this extra strong depigmenting agents, and also make realistic claims, when working with cosmeceuticals. And I find that it's because you have made claims that are bigger than you. That's why you feel the need to add steroids and add everything that you need to add just to make sure that that product is working. When you make claims now, before people used to say 7 days whitening. I think that at the point they found that 7 days is not whitening, is no longer working. Now I think they've extended it to 2 weeks. You'll see, you lighten your skin in 2 weeks. um Make realistic claims. And even for acne, let's not even focus so much on lightening. Even for acne, it takes a process. And then, like I always tell people, um when it comes to skincare, when we say that the normal skin cell cycle takes 28 days, that's normal. Normal. I can tell you that most people's own are abnormal. A lot of, it's not, we've used, a lot of people have used different things. And then even from aging, from misuse of cosmetic products. So sometimes give it time. Give it time. When I used to make bespoke formulations, when people come to me, also me, I have this, I have that, I'll tell you, you know what? Go and use rosehip oil for like 1 month, and then we'll talk again after 1 month. If you're patient enough and you come back, that's fine. If you're not patient enough, I don't have energy. If you cannot use rosehip oil for that, because I find that most times when people come complaining, they have used steroids. And then when you make products and you give them, it won't work. Or they'll start having steroid withdrawal symptoms, and they will come back to you complaining, I don't have that energy. Go to your dermatologist or esthetician. That's not my job. Okay, so focus should be on prevention and longevity, sustainability, products that you can use that would nourish your skin and keep your skin healthy in the long run. Not I'm not saying that, of course, from time to time we live in a world, things will happen, you will have hyperpigmentation, you can use products that would help you deal with these issues. But when you have finally dealt with the issue, drop it and focus on nourishing your skin, right? Then how do you determine the best usage rate of your ingredients, especially when it comes to cosmeceuticals? Less is more. You don't need to add a lot of cosmeceutical ingredients into your product. And I don't even know how you people do it. I don't know if the dollar rate is not affecting you. By the time you finish adding this thing, you now sell a 250 grams of that lotion for 9,000 naira. I don't know how you're doing that, except you're lying about what is in your product. Because by the time you add all these things, now these things are not cheap. It's either you are buying it, what you have is not the real deal. You're probably buying it from very cheap. Maybe you enter Ojota and buy something, very cheap and use it. Or you're just plain, you know, because I don't know how you add a lot of all those ingredients at that concentration that you claim that you add it, and you still sell it at that price. So longer, what I'm trying to say is less is more. Now, how do you determine the usage rate of your ingredients? Look at regulations. We have the Scientific Committee on Consumer Safety. We have the CIR. For example, salicylic acid will tell you that as for use as a preservative, 0.5%. For use on hair, don't go above 3%. For use on skin, don't go above 2%. And they'll tell you do not use in products that you put in spray bottles and all of that, so that you don't inhale into your lungs. Read, check regulations. And we talked about baby care products yesterday. Do not use on children less than 3 years old. So don't use preservative echo. That's what they said. So don't come and say, oh, preservative echo is natural. It has salicylic acid in it. So look at your regulations, right? Now, also, when apart from regulations, check your suppliers' usage rate. Sometimes, even though I'm usually biased when it comes to suppliers' usage rate, because I feel like maybe they tell me to use a lot so that I'll come to finish and I'll come and buy more. That's the Igbo sense in me talking. However, when every other thing fails you, um, suppliers usage rate should guide you also. And then check your research data. Concentrate on in vivo tests, the ones that the tests that they run on real human beings. And then, even though there is limited tests on dark skin, um I find that most times, from my experience, what a lot of these Oyibo people rave about, by the time I use it, I don't see results the way they rave about it. right? So do your own test, market research, take clues from reputable brands, go into the marketplace, look at reputable brands, top-notch brands, um, look at their ingredient list. Some of them, they give you clues. They'll tell you, okay, 10% niacinamide booster, for example, and they tell you clues of the concentration of ingredients in their formulations. Excuse me, that can give you a clue about the concentration of ingredient to use in your formulation. Also not just concentration, sometimes synergy on how ingredients work. And then do your own experiments. But when doing your own experiments, stick within the safe permissible usage rate. And what this means is that I remember when I read on I was reading on niacinamide and energy, and they said 4% niacinamide and 2% energy worked for it was it melasma. I used that and it looked as if not it didn't do anything for me. I had to go research on niacinamide and I found where they said it produced no stinging sensation at concentrations up to 10%, and then no irritations at concentration up to 5%, and a 21-day cumulative irritation test at concentration up to 5% resulted in no irritancy. So I decided that I'm going to do my own research and see, okay, at least I can play with it up to 10%, even though they said, okay, the data that the research paper said 4% niacinamide, 2% energy. And by the time I started doing it, I found that even though 4%, 2% didn't work for me, when I went as high as 8, 10%, I got results from niacinamide. So do your own research, but while doing that research, stick within your safe permissible usage rate. Meaning that if you go and research and CIR and SCCS is telling you don't go above 10%, please listen, don't do 20% because you are doing your own experiments. Thank you. Also, synergy with other ingredients, right? Sometimes you may need to use one and another one. So, example of this is when you're formulating the pigmenting um, products. So when we're talking about the pigmenting things for hyperpigmentation, age spots, melasma, there are various pathways of melanin production. You can use ingredients that will target the tyrosinase inhibition. You can find the ones that will target help with cell turnover. You can find the one I use anti-inflammatory ingredients. So because what causes hyperpigmentation? I still keep saying it. Inflammation. It's like a response. Inflammation. So when developing products for hyperpigmentation, you should have anti-inflammatory ingredients in it. You can add ingredients that would increase the cell turnover. Like if you watched the session yesterday where we talked about where Skin and Hair Manufacturing Hub talked about formulating for hyperpigmentation. So we're talking about synergy here. Tyrosinase inhibition, ingredients that would inhibit melanosome transfer, increase epidermal the turnover, reduce the inflammation, antioxidants also protect your skin from external factors, UV rays, and all of that. So synergy with other ingredients, will also help. Also, what desired performance are you looking for when determining the best usage rate? So, as a like desired performance, meaning that, so for example, um, when I'm making an anti-dandruff shampoo, I won't use salicylic acid at 0.5. I'll most likely not get the kind of results that I require. However, if I'm making maybe an everyday face wash, I'll probably use 1%. It might work, it will most likely work, but not work on hair care. So, what's your desired performance? What will that product be? A leave on product, a rinse off product? What will be the contact time of that product on the skin? And all of that. And please, talking about contact time, this is not in line with what I'm trying to say, but if you usually tell your clients to apply their black soap on their face as a mask, please stop it. If they need to get a mask, let them get a mask. For that, they shouldn't use even your surfactants. By the time you add alpha hydroxyl acid to your surfactant, it doesn't have to stay for so long. It doesn't take a very long time for it to do its job. And if you want something that will stay on the skin for a very long time, use something like maybe emulsion based products and all of that, not your surfactant based wash or your your black soup, you know. Okay, so I think that's about it on this session. If you have any questions, please let me know about the safe use of cosmeceuticals. I think I've come to the end. Yeah, I've come to the end of this session. I've had a lot of people talk about how do I determine the best usage rate and all of that. When working with cosmeceuticals, please always remember that even though they are not legally recognized as pharmaceuticals, they actually influence the way the skin works in most cases. So you need to pay attention to the dosage. You know, pay attention to the dosage. The poison is in the dose and how it is used. You know, that's very important, please. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions, please? Meanwhile, can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Okay. So if you do not, in the absence of, or if you have any questions, please you can note it down and then we'll talk about it in the Q&A session. All right, thank you. So I'll just leave the stage now for the next speaker to come up, and the next speaker is ID. I call her ID. She's the CEO of Adan Idet. The first day I saw her hair, when I saw her in Abuja, I was like, "Is this your hair?" You know, and so she's gonna come and talk to us about some of the unethical hair care practices and that we need to stop. Okay, so I'll just exit the stage and let her come up. Thank you. Hi, ID.
Hello, good morning. Oh, sorry,
Good
I'm
morning.
wearing my apron. Good
It's
morning,
okay.
everyone.
Good
Yes.
morning.
Okay, like Somi has said, my name is Idorian. So many people know me as ID, but I've actually changed to like Idorian. I am the founder of Adan Eded Haircare Products. And Somi actually contacted me last year to be the moderator of this event. And yes, like 2 days ago, she actually switched on me and said, I have to speak. It's okay. I can do everything through Christ who strengthened me. So let us just go into it. But before I do that, I just have to thank everybody, all the speakers of yesterday. I really, really learned a lot. I'm so passionate about this industry and I'm always learning and updating my knowledge. I actually don't have a science background. I actually have a BSc in mass communication, but I'm still learning science. And the more I learn, the more I update my knowledge in it. So today I'm actually going to talk about the ethical practices in hair care industry, which is quite a lot. And I don't know why Sumi actually put me on this. Can you guys hear me? Let me be sure I can be heard. Hello? Hello?
I can
Can you
hear
guys
you.
hear me?
I think we can hear you.
Okay, because I actually came into the hair care or cosmetic industry through DIY when I went natural in 2018, and I used to do a lot of DIYs on YouTube. And my subscribers actually like, okay, you can actually start selling hair care products. So I started mixing oils and butters to sell. Period to that, I was actually selling Himani oils. And after that, when I started making hair care products, I needed to like update my knowledge, and there were very few cosmetic schools in Nigeria, if I can say that. So I actually have a diploma from Formula Botanica in the UK. Hello, can you guys hear me? Because my video just paused. Hello, hello,
We can hear
hello.
you. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay. So when we talk about like some ethical things that are being like is happening in the industry as it relates to hair care, there are quite a lot, but I'm actually going to make it very brief and make it as brief as possible. So some of the things that I see online is most people claiming that products are chemical free. This is because consumers seems to be they are more aware or there's what I like to call information overload. A lot of people are kind of like scared. They don't want to use product that is laced with chemical because we think that chemical is actually the problem that we have in the society, whereas there is nothing like chemical free products, be it in hair care, skincare. In our everyday lives, we cannot do without it because even the water which we use in manufacturing products is a chemical compound, as I have come to know. So those are some of the wrong claims that people make in the industry simply because they actually want to drag customers who are not knowledgeable enough to decide whether something can truly be chemical free or not. And the next thing is organic or natural. Recently, most people think that any product that is made in Nigeria is organic. Because I do have customers tell me, "Oh, I hope your products are organic. I hope your products are natural." And I'm like, okay, I take out time to explain to the customers that I don't make organic haircare products, and I cannot claim that my products need to be natural. That my products are natural. Do you understand? So, because before we actually claim that a product is organic, there's a body set up that will have to certify that they are organic. And since we're actually in the industry selling products to Nigerians and even outside Nigerians, it is our duty as manufacturers to take our time and educate our customers as much as we can on what is and what is not. Because a lot of people will just open like a YouTube channel, a blog, just write things, or you have to use this, don't use that, and all of that. For the fact that something is organic or for the fact that something is natural does not mean that it is good. We still have natural plants that when you eat, it becomes poisonous. So the focus should actually be is that does my body like this particular thing? Do I react to it or do I not react to it? Because I might use a particular thing and react to it, another person might use and not react to it. And that's why it is important for us manufacturers to include caution signs in our bottles and also encourage our customers to look at it like when you use this product, if irritation occurs, you should actually discontinue. And now, I told you guys earlier that I came into the industry through DIYs, and black soap is one thing that I was selling for a couple of years, let's say like 2 years before I decided to improve on it. And most times, because people see, oh, black soap, this is what our ancestors were using, you don't do, and you just pick up black soap, dilute it in water, bottle it, and then sell it to people. DIY on its own is not bad if you're not selling it, but if you're selling it to people, if you're selling product to people, they need to be good. I actually like trying to like learn that the hard way. I don't like throwing blames on people because this is a very young industry and we are still growing. Black soap on its own has a very, very high pH, and when used over time, it has the ability of actually affecting the protein structure of the hair. And when black soap is not well formulated, at least bring it to in between of 7, it has the ability of making the scalp dry. And at the same time, you notice that the customer will complain of flaking. I have that experience because I like to put myself out there because I'm still learning in this industry. I cannot say Adanil is perfect. I discovered that the pH of the shampoo of the black soap was actually very high, and that's why the customer was actually reacting to it on the scalp. Then the next part I want to talk about is based on DIYs, like a lot of things we used to do on YouTube as it relates to the hair, like we use egg because we want to actually treat the hair because we heard that egg contains protein. Being on the nutrition aspect of it, the part of the egg that actually has protein is the white one. And even at that, when studying hair care actives, and which protein actually falls under, is that the egg is actually, the molecules are actually too big for it to penetrate into our hair strands, and customers don't need to be scared about using the right product. So we don't need to start using like proteins on your hair. You don't need to start like eggs on your hair. You don't need to start using avocados on your hair simply because you say you want to use something straight out from the nature. Because you can try that and it will, over time, if you try that over time, it could actually damage your hair. Sorry, I'm having a dry throat. Things like baking soda, things like rice water. I'm just laughing at myself. Things like rice water, raw avocado, just simply because another person is actually using and sharing is not something that we should do, or something that we should go online, watch YouTube videos, think that we know how to make products and then just pick up the product and then give it to the public. Because when you're making products for for the public, you have to consider a lot of things. You have to consider the pH of the product, and how safe and how well it will work for the hair, because the hair on its own is actually acidic. But if you try to do some DIYs on your own, you might end up making product that will end up like affecting the hair. So that's why, thankfully, we have a lot of people who are ready to impact the knowledge in terms of hair care formulation, skincare formulation, so that we could actually learn and then do the right thing. I actually don't want to talk much. I got the topic very late and I've just been trying to prepare. So this is just some of the unethical things that is happening in the hair care industry. I don't know whether anyone has a question. You could probably ask. Thank you. Hello. Hello. I hope you guys did not lose me.
Thank
Hello.
you so much, ID. I didn't lose you. I set you up by putting you here. Don't worry, it's a
Okay.
setup. I know that's. I'm sorry I told you late, but I set you up. Okay, so thank you for talking about this. There was, I remember when I did a session on the dangers of DIY. Even though we seem to focus so much on, like I said, skincare. Don't use lemon, don't use baking soda. But what of people who fry onion in oil for hair growth? You have seen a lot of those. You think they're trying to cook, and then you look at it. By the time you see the person is pouring it out and telling you that you have to fry the onion for oil. And then people who also add conditioners, add water into conditioners and then use it as their conditioning hairsprays or something, and use it over time, watering down the preservative system of the product, and not um, knowing that that will actually cause microbial growth, and then use it on your scalp, on your hair over time, for the liquid oil cream method or liquid cream oil method. And you start complaining that you have itchy scalp. Let's not even go into, there are lots of danger, lot of bad DIY practices I see in the hair care industry, and not just that, also the in terms of formulation. I also think that is worse in the hair care industry, especially because for the skin, you see it immediately. It's either you start to itch, or maybe you start breaking out. Your skin will start telling you immediately. When you apply it on the hair, it seems as if nothing is happening, but you now start to see a damage over time. And I find that a lot of hair care brands, I don't know, people who make conditioners. You say you're making a conditioner and there's no conditioning ingredients in your conditioner. That's not a conditioner. I don't know what it is that you're making, but I've seen a lot of brands do that. They just use e-wax and that's it for hair care products and call it a conditioner. So I can't count a lot of the things that I see in the in the hair care industry that needs to be corrected. Even in terms of using plant extracts, also, I find that is very rampant. Of course, by all means, like I said, I'm a plant biologist. I love plants. I'm a green girl. I love everything plants, but when it's misused, it can cause issues, you know. And you have to learn how to use plant extracts very well, you know. Use them, extract well, and even synergy. All of all
Hello.
those things should be considered. Thank you, ID. We can hear you. Thank you so much. I enjoyed your section or your session.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank
So
you. Thank you.
I'm going to bring up the next speaker. I don't know if she's ready. But I will. So I'll just take you off the stage now. Thank you, ID. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumi.
Yep. Okay. I don't know make if BJ is ready. I don't know. So she's stuck at the airport and she's supposed to join us. I would have to. Okay, she's ready. Hi, hi, Bija. Can you hear me? Hello. Let me see. Oh, she just went off stage. Um, in the meantime, sorry, please, let's just take a bit of break while I try to figure out if because she just left the stage. Okay, she's back. Hello. Oh, she's here. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Can you hear? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. It's a bit loud, but I can hear you.
Thank you. So sorry. We know that this is not convenient. But
It is
were
what
you
it
able to
is.
get were you able to get the
I got the airpiece,
earpiece?
yes. Yes, that's why
Oh,
I can hear
okay.
you because it's very loud here.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just exit and have you present. S- it's
Okay.
very noisy over there. We're trying
It's really
to,
noisy.
yeah. So we're so sorry, everyone. She's stuck at the airport, but she needs to do her session anyways. And I don't know if you can still hear.
I can hear
You
you.
know what?
I don't know if.
Okay, so
Can you hear me loudly?
yes, we can hear you. So I think I'll just
Okay.
put your slides up.
Okay.
Um, okay.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, it's really loud where I am, but it is what it is. So I'm going to talk about structure and SOP
Yeah.
today. Next slide.
So yeah, I'm trying to. Okay.
Fantastic. Structure is doing everything in an organized manner. Basically, structure is why we have KFC, McDonald's, and we have the same thing wherever it is you are in the world. Structure is what makes you scale your business. To grow and scale your business, you need to structure. Everyone needs structure. Even if you're a one-man person, you need structure. Next.
Okay, sorry.
I have a lot of slides, so I have like 13 slides, so I'll just make sure I
It's
rush
okay.
everything. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
To implement structure, you need to understand and communicate clearly these four things because you can't have one and not have the other one. These things are culture, your core values, company policies, and mission and vision. I'm going to talk about each and every one on each one and everyone has a slide on its own. So I'm going to talk about culture first. Culture is just ideas, customs, values, beliefs, and behaviors of people in any organization, in a society, in a community. And you, as the leader, create the culture. Your value will determine your culture. Basically, your values are the bedrock of culture, wherever it is. Either it's in your house, in your office, in your family or society. Values. So, company policies. These are particular way things are done. You know, this this is everything that will make your SOPs work. Your company policies. It is a documentation of guidelines and rules. Your policy can be anything. It can be anything. It can be late coming. It can be your sanitation checklist. It can be anything. And then it applies to you as well, even if you're a one-man person. Next one. Next slide, please. Core values. I think we miss out on values in our society in Nigeria. We miss out on values. Values are basically why things are not working in Nigeria. Values are the fundamental beliefs of a person or an organization. Values are a reflection of you. What do you stand for? So I can give an example of some of my own values so that you can relate. I I have a cleanliness value. I am very clean to the point of OCD. So in my office, I have white walls, white tiles. There is a sanitation list to take care of the white walls. There's a sanitation checklist to take care of the white tiles. So anyway, your values will link. There will be an alignment between yourself and your customers. If your place is clean, clean people will come. People do want cleanliness, right? If your value is customer service, everybody needs customer service. I know we have a terrible culture of customer service in Nigeria, but I'm sure all of us can do better with just a little bit of care and kindness. Next one. Examples of policies. So we have test policies. Just like I said earlier on, that your policy can be anything: absence policy, return and refund policy, late coming policy. It can be policy on batch testing. Yes, for every ingredient that comes into your lab, you test a 50-gram batch to avoid mistakes and loss of revenue. So your policies can be anything and everything. So you sit down and then think of what is important to you and in your business and in your industry. Can I have the next? Mission and vision statement. You know, vision and mission statement is why everybody would be in the same industry, doing the same thing, because you lack purpose. You know, then you have vision and mission statement. You have a map in your head. The questions I would like you to ask yourself when you're thinking about making a vision statement is: where are you going to? What do you want to achieve in the future? Your vision, of course, will inspire people to dream. It will inspire you to dream. Then your mission: what do you do? Who are your customers? Who do you do it for? So who are your customers? It will make you determine, and you make you understand that it's not everybody that can be your customer. You can, in this case, you have to do your demographics, geographics, physiographics, everything. How do you do it? What values are you offering, and inspire people to take action? So in this, you have to understand that what is your mission. I think some of mine is just I want people to be aware and embrace their textured hair and colored skin. That's one of mine. So I think that can make you come up with yours. Can I have the next? Next one. Can you hear me? Tommy, can I have the next slide? Hi, Tommy, can you hear me? Really so loud. Please, can anyone hear me? If you can hear me, please write yes. Okay. I don't think Tommy. I think Tommy has network problems. Okay. We'll just wait for Tommy to upload my slides.
Can you hear me, please?
Finally,
I'm so sorry. I don't know. The network just went off.
network is
I had to switch. I'm just going to
to
add
another
your
one.
slides again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for
Okay,
that break.
okay.
Okay. Um. Okay. I think
SOP. We're
this is
starting
where
from
we are.
SOP.
SOP. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, such SOPs are standard operating procedures. We all need SOPs to guide even our personal life, talk of even your lab. Reasons why you need an SOP. Knowledge transfer. It is really, really easy for you to teach people when you have already broken down everything in an SOP. Consistency and quality control. It's vulgar when I always say this, but you want it that the way you treat people will treat like you. It saves you from dishing out bad products, bad packaged products, bad ingredients. It saves you a lot. Saves time and money. It maximizes your profitability. Of course, if you're not making a lot of mistakes, you make more profit and save more time. It increases your productivity. Of course, when things are simplified and they are broken down into little tasks, you want to do it and everybody else will want to do it as well. It standardizes your customer service. When everything from the back end is bad, customer service is bad as well. We all need SOPs in our life. We need our life. We need checklists. I have checklists for everything. In my house, we only cook with 2 peppers. 2 pepper alone because my husband has ulcer. Every aspect of my life is guided by SOPs. There's a way we do whatever a task. And then the way I do the breakdown of the task, I always call it SOP for dummies, so that even the dumb, non-mess person can read it and understand it. Can we have the next one? How to implement an SOP. I've broken it into 4 steps. Develop a list of the process. So once you're thinking about, and structure is one thing, you can't just say, today I'll have to have structure. It doesn't work that way. You can break things down into little tasks, then develop the list of the process, then plan the process. Write and review the process. Write, practice and review the process. Then, of course, number 4 is consistency in the process. You have to maintain the process. If you do it, this is rinse and repeat for every little task in your life and in your lab. This is an example of an SOP. This is a phone call SOP. So you have to write an objective for the SOP so that whoever it is that is looking at it will understand as well. To answer the client in a professional manner. Of course, the importance of phone calls with customers or any medium of communication link with customers is to do it in a professional manner. Okay, the procedure is as follows. You make sure that everything is just in a short line. Break it down into simple sentence, short sentences. Pick up after the first ring. This is an SOP for a phone call in my office. Ask what the client wants. Give key information. Then end the call with thank you. A lot will happen in between, but at least this is a guideline for whoever it is that will pick up from tomorrow or from today will get the gist of the story. Next. Success is achieved with people, through people. This is my favorite quote because even if you're a one-man person, even if you're a one-man business, you cannot do it alone. We need people around us all the time. My last slide and I'm done. If you have any questions, I'm open for it. You can connect with me on Instagram, and this is my email address as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daja. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm just going to call you BJ.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so basically this SOP, as it relates to cosmetic formulation and your lab, every formulator should actually have every formulator
An
should
SOP,
have an SOPs
an
of
SOP,
how you
and a
run the
checklist.
processes exactly in your
Yes.
lab.
Even
And so
not even the
basically,
processes, even the sanitation process. Like in my own lab, I have
exactly,
days for sanitation process. I have days for pH meter calibration, days for scale calibration. Even the slippers, the crocs we use, when do you wash it? Or if we can't we can't do it in the spirit cell, so we have to be intentional in little things. When do we clean our raw materials bottles? When do we clean our raw material shelves? How do we take care of our pots to avoid rot? How do we clean the pots, and how do we dry it to avoid rusting? Every little thing you have to be intentional about every little thing in your lab to avoid contamination, of course, and microorganisms.
Exactly. And so if anything happens, you know exactly how to trace it. So when you
How
get
to treat
raw
it.
materials from your supplier, how do you store it? How do you take stock? You know, how do you do your sanitation process? Your batch numbering system. So there's
Yeah.
so much that you should
There's
do
so
as a
much that you
cosmetic
should do.
formulator.
It's
That
if you
way,
say
it's
so
even
much, it's overwhelming. But you can start from little. You can start from simple things like cleaning, simple things like storage, simple things like sanitation.
mm. And it also makes it easier to bring somebody else on board
It makes
and
it
train
easier to transfer
somebody
information.
else.
It makes it easier for you. If not, if you're hiring somebody and then you have no clue where to start, or if you have a guideline like a book, a guideline, it's very easy for this is our handbook. Then you train the person based on our handbook.
Mm. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, BJ. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions on SOP and
Pleasure.
structure? If you do not have any, or if you have any, you can drop it and we'll answer it in the Q&A section. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
BJ. I'll
Thank
just
you.
thank you. I know that this was not convenient at all doing this from the airport. Nigerian flights be doing the most.
Nigerian, like, I should be in Kano now.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
No problem.
Thank
No
you. We
problem.
really appreciate your
Thank
time. Thank you.
you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so our next speaker is um Chico or Chico. I'm sure everybody, I'm not sure everybody should know her. Chico, are you ready for us? Let me add her to the stage. Are you ready, Chico? Can you hear us? Are you ready? Are you still in transit? It seems everybody, all the speakers, all the people speaking today are at the airport. Are you back home? Have you gotten home? Are you okay now? Can you speak?
Hi everyone. Yes, I'm here. Still trying to
Okay,
settle
welcome.
in, but
Okay,
let's do this.
okay. So I'll just um, share your slides. Uh, no, no. Hold on,
Need to look.
please. Uh, please give me a bit of time. I'm trying to share your slides. Okay. Okay, I'll just exit for you to take over, Chico. Thank you. So, thank you, Chico. Just take over. Thank.
Okay. Hello everyone. Like Somi said, my name is Chico. I am a registered dietitian and also an esthetician, and I'm going to be talking about a part of skincare and hair care that's very dear to me because it's something that a lot of people seem to. There's a lot of misinformation around, and that's the role of nutrition and supplements in skincare and healthcare. Now, I'm sure that everyone has seen posts on social media, on Google, talking about how the best way to get clear and bright and glowing skin is from eating right. Although many people do not eat right, but I'm sure those kinds of posts are very popular online. So, what I'm going to be doing today is to be letting you guys know or to just share a bit of what is fact and what is fiction when it comes to nutrition and supplements in skincare and some parts of healthcare as well. Next slide, Sorry. Okay, so Now, there are a lot of roles that nutrition plays in the body as a whole, and we know that when you take in any food or drink, your body processes them and then shares to different organs and different parts of the body that will benefit from them. Some of the ways that nutrition can help to improve the general outlook of your skin and your hair is through hydration, through protection, and through healing. When it comes to hydration, it's not just talking about drinking water. Of course, drinking water is a good practice to imbibe. However, there are a lot of different types of foods as well that can provide hydration apart from water. Like, for example, vegetables and fruits like cucumber, watermelon, oranges, they all have a good amount of water in them. And even if the water is not going straight to your skin and to your hair, when you eat those fruits or you drink water, you will agree with me that when you are in a place, maybe when you lack water for a while, there's some sort of dryness that can show up on your skin and itchiness as opposed to when you are properly hydrated. That's the way hydration from your nutrition can impact your skin. So when you take enough water, when you have enough liquids, all the organs in your body, including your skin, will be properly hydrated. And excessive dryness as well can lead to different conditions like dermatitis, one of which is popularly known as eczema. There's also psoriasis, and there's also dandruff on the hair, which is a type of dermatitis as well. I think it's called seborrheic dermatitis, which is popularly known as dandruff. And lack of hydration is one of the things that can trigger these conditions. Then next we have protection. Protection comes in two ways. That's one is protection from environmental pollution, environmental damage, and there's also protection from UV damage. There are some nutrients that are currently being studied. I'm not going to tell you that these nutrients are going to are going to replace UV protection or it's going to replace sunscreen and sun protection in your routine. But there are some nutrients and vitamins that can help to boost UV protection. They're still currently being studied, but there's like very promising research on these nutrients. Some of them include vitamin D, vitamin C, and vitamin A as well. These nutrients, when you have a good store of these vitamins in your body, it can be combined with your sun protection to boost sun protection to boost the protection from UV damage. And as you all, I mean, you should know if you're into skincare that UV damage is the major thing that causes most of the skin concerns that we experience as Black women, from melasma, premature aging, excessively oily skin, enlarged pores. All of these things are are affected are impacted by prolonged exposure to the sun, and that's why these nutrients are being studied, because there's always some kind of research that is going out talking about how we can protect ourselves better from the sun. Now, this does not matter. It doesn't matter whether you have light skin or dark skin, if you're a black person or you're a white person. These things are very, very important because at the end of the day, the makeup of skin is the same for everybody. Third, there's healing. When we're talking about healing, we're talking about just making sure that those effects, the damage that is done by the sun, if any, is handled properly when it happens on the skin and on the hair as well. Currently, there are even some products that give UV protection to the hair, to hair care as well. So that's just saying that I know that we all focus on protecting ourselves from the sun when it comes to skincare, but it's also very important in hair care as well. And these nutrients can come together to just help provide a sort of protection to both your skin and to your hair. Next slide. Thank you. Oh, okay, this is not very. Anyway, there are some nutrients that are very important for your skin and your hair, like I was saying. For instance, vitamin C. Vitamin C can be gotten from from both skincare products and as well as topical ingestion. And when you take vitamin C, it's when you take vitamin C, it does help to improve this protection you're getting from the sun. Remember, I said that 80% of all the skin concerns that we have is caused by prolonged sun exposure, and that's why most of the nutrients being studied are all studied around sun protection and premature aging, which are the two most popular skin concerns that people have in this part of the world. Premature aging can manifest as some form of hyperpigmentation, can manifest as people that are not up to 30 years old or 40 years old having static and dynamic wrinkles on their face. Also can manifest as a, as enlarged pores, excessive oiliness. Sometimes you notice that when you're out in the sun for a while, even you that has dry skin will start to produce a lot of sebum. That's just one of the ways in which your skin is trying to protect itself from the sun when you're not wearing sunscreen. So all of these nutrients, vitamin C, vitamin D that supports, vitamin E that protects against UV damage, vitamin D that also supports hair growth, as well as providing some sort of protection from the sun for the hair as well. All of them come together to protect your skin. And when you're eating, when we're talking about these nutrients, gotten from they're not only gotten from food, from supplements rather, because when I say vitamin C most times to people, or I talk about taking vitamin D or vitamin E, many people tend to go the route of, so okay, what supplement should I buy? But when it comes to supplementation, it's not necessarily for everybody, as we'll get to later on in my presentation. It's not for everybody. That's why taking a balanced diet is one of the most important ways to get what you want when it comes to nutrition on the skin. Now, when it comes to nutrients, if you're someone who suffers from any type of dermatitis, or more importantly, you have dandruff on the hair and you've tried to treat it, one of the products that a dermatologist would recommend is a shampoo, for instance, that contains selenium. Now, selenium is a mineral that can be gotten from food as well, but because of the great impact it has on hair care, you can also get by using it, by making sure that you're taking. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can. We can. I can hear you.
Okay, so I was talking about selenium and how you can improve the condition, the seborrheic dermatitis, which is called dandruff, by adding it to your diet. Major sources of selenium are meats, so poultry, eggs, red meat, bread, and things that are already staples in your diet. When you increase them, if you have eczema or you have dermatitis or you have dandruff, increasing your dietary intake of selenium can help. And when it comes to skin concerns like acne, if you're experiencing excessively oily skin and just inflammatory concerns generally, your body might be lacking zinc. So all of these things is just to buttress my point where I said that supplementation is not for everybody. But if you do have skin concerns, the best thing you can do is go to a professional, and from there you can decide what supplements are necessary for you to take, because a lot of people go and they buy supplements from Instagram vendors. Most of those supplements are supposed to whiten the skin, but then they add some other benefits and tell you, oh, this one is good for acne, this one is good for this, and this one is good for that. But you can never really know what you're buying if you're not sure what your skin concern is, and also what exact nutrients will help certain skin concerns. So yeah, next slide. Okay. So now let's talk about a balanced diet. I think a better term is to describe it as an adequate diet, because I don't think anybody really eats a balanced diet, but then there are different types of diets that are adequate for different types of people. A diet that is adequate for you would be varied. It would have a variety of food and a variety of different types of foods, different types of nutrients, and that would help to promote your overall well-being. And at the end of the day, whether you're trying to target skin concerns or you're trying to target hair care concerns, when you have a balanced diet, every concern that you have will be targeted. So a balanced diet, when it comes a diet that will be balanced for your hair and for your skin would have a mix of macros, which are the carbohydrates, the proteins, and the fats, and it will also have vitamins and minerals as well. And for your hair, the most important nutrients for hair care: vitamin D, iron, protein, of course, because protein is proteins are the building blocks of life. They help to anything that's going to grow in your body would need protein to build it up. Next slide. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I was trying to get something up. Now let's talk about problems like skin and hair problems that can be caused by deficiencies, and that's where I would go more into how to address nutritional deficiencies. So when your body is deficient in a particular nutrient, it just means that the amount of that nutrient that your body needs to function is not available to the cells in your body to do what they're supposed to do. And that's when it would start to manifest. Deficiencies will start to manifest as physical features. So for instance, in people that have excessively dry skin, their body their bodies are generally always lacking good fats. So things like omega-3 fatty acids, they're lacking vitamin A, which is a fat soluble vitamin, because if you're lacking in those fats, if you're lacking those fatty acids, your body will not be able to absorb vitamin A and do what it's supposed to do, and also vitamin E as well. And all of these deficiencies together can lead to dryness, can lead to premature aging, can just lead to flaking off on the skin. You notice that a lot of these concerns are centering around dryness. Then for the hair, when you're not getting enough protein, you're not getting enough iron and zinc, and even vitamin D, you notice that your hair is not growing. There's excessive breakage, and when you add these nutrients back into your diet, it's it doesn't take a very long while before you start to see that these things that you're experiencing are beginning to turn around. That's just how it goes to show that your diet is actually a very important part when it comes to taking care of your skin and your hair. Next slide, please. So let's talk about supplements now. Remember, I said that supplementation is not something that you do just because you feel like it, or just because somebody on the internet said, I took this supplement and it did this for me, which is usually a lie, by the way. A lot of times, supplements are a lot of times supplements people that push supplements on the internet, they tell a lot of lies. I'm not sorry to say, they tell a lot of lies, because at the end of the day, you can't just sell somebody a supplement that they do not, when you as the person selling the supplement does not know what deficiencies this person has. Supplementation is basically you trying to get nutrition from a different source other than food, because your body does not have enough of the nutrient that it needs to function. So nobody can sell you a good supplement without knowing what deficiency you have, and without knowing the length of time that it's going to take for your body to normalize, for the deficiency to normalize when you start to take those supplements. That's why the best thing to do when you have before taking a supplement, as that's becoming culture for us in Nigeria, the best thing for you to do before taking a supplement is to speak to a professional. You can speak to a dietitian, you can speak to your doctor, to a GP, you can speak to a dermatologist, just to know what deficiencies you have. You might feel like you don't have any deficiencies, but upon physical examination, a professional is supposed to be able to tell if you are lacking any nutrients that can be showing up as that can be showing the signs and symptoms that you're experiencing on your skin or your hair. So there and not every nutrient that's made into a supplement is bioavailable to the body. That means that not your body cannot absorb every single supplement out there. So these are the reasons why it's important before you go the supplementation route. It's very, very important to speak to a professional. So I listed some of the very popular supplements that people that are available to people that have the most misinformation around it, and that a lot of people spend the most money on when it comes to skincare and healthcare. So let's take them one by one. First is collagen. Now, collagen is a protein, is one of the major proteins that makes up the makes up the skin. It's one of the most, it's what I think it's the most abundant protein in the body. It accounts for like over 30% of your body's total protein, and it's like the major protein that makes up your skin, makes up the bones, makes up the muscles, and most of the connective tissues in the body. And that's why I think that's why it's the most important. It's not that it's the most important, but it's the most popular skincare and hair care supplements. They tell you that collagen, taking collagen, that collagen drink is going to do a lot of things to your skin, as if it's going to go directly from your mouth and then make your skin younger and make your skin plump. But that's not the way it works. A lot of the time, collagen supplements, you're drinking it and it's going down out the toilets because your body does not absorb most of the types of collagen out there. And even the ones that it absorbs doesn't go straight to your skin at all. So the most important type of collagen is a collagen that is gotten from, it's called collagen peptides. Now, even the collagen peptides, you notice that they are more expensive because people claim that it's the best one that your body can absorb and all of that. But what exactly it does is that it just helps your body to produce more collagen. It doesn't really just affect. It doesn't really just get any, it doesn't really just go to your skin and start making your skin look younger or start going back into your connective tissues to replace the collagen that you have lost. So that's where a lot of people get it wrong. And if you must take a collagen supplement, you have to be able to manage your expectations. It's not going to do what most of those, it's not going to do what is most of what is written on the packaging. It's not going to do most of what people tell you it's going to do, but it does have some benefits when it comes to maintaining a younger looking appearance and making the skin look overall healthier just because of the amount of protein that it contains. Can you go back to the previous slide? The previous slide. Okay, I also wanted to talk about biotin. Biotin is the most popular. I'm taking the most popular supplements that people take for hair care and skincare and the likes. But biotin is the most popular one for hair. It's the most abused, I would say, for hair care because there is some research that says that it can help with hair growth, but it's not going to do anything if your overall diet is not adequate enough. Another thing that people need to know about biotin is that if you're acne prone, if you're someone that breaks out a lot, you most likely want to stay away from taking biotin supplements. So if you have excessively oily skin, your skin is easily congested, and you're acne prone, and then your hair is breaking, and you feel like, oh, biotin is going to help me grow my hair, you want to stay away from biotin because it can trigger your acne. It can trigger cystic acne because most of the biotin supplements out there have an excessive amount of biotin that can cause acne to get worse. So that's something very important to keep in mind. Omega 3. Omega 3, taking omega 3 supplements is something that's very common if you grew up in an African household. I know that a lot of the time, most of my life, my mom has been taking omega 3 supplements. So I know that it's very popular and it's also very lucrative for people that sell supplements. And yes, when you do get a good quality omega 3 supplement, it can help to boost your skin's moisture and it can help to reduce inflammation in acne. It's actually one of the nutrients that's been studied for use when it comes to people that have breakouts and other types of inflammation. So those are the three major supplements that are very popular that people would often abuse, and and I hope I've been able to do a good job of explaining what to expect when you take these when you decide to take either of these three supplements. But the hill that I'm willing to die on is that nobody should be taking supplements if they do not know exactly what nutrients that they are deficient in. Next slide, please. Okay, so yeah, like I said, the quality is very important. It's usually, I generally don't advise anybody to be taking multivitamin tablets except they are of really good quality. It's always better to figure out what nutrients you are lacking and then supplement that exact nutrient, because multivitamins, lots of multivitamins have a lot of different nutrients in quantities that are negligible. So taking them will not really do anything for your skin. But if you're taking a good quality supplement that has a high amount or the recommended amount of that specific nutrient that you're deficient in, if you take that kind of supplement, it will be able to correct the deficiency, as opposed to you just wasting money and excreting the supplements in the toilet when you go. Another, I think I already touched on this, but the ingredients are also very important. Taking the exact nutrients that you need, as opposed to supplementing blindly because somebody said this did a certain supplement did something for them. Yeah, next slide. Okay. So, like I said earlier, if you'd like to improve your diet generally, the best bet is to see a dietitian, work closely with a dietitian, and then you'd be able to figure out what you've been doing wrong, and the way to go about it, the way to do it better. That is just what it is. You get advice from a registered dietitian. Don't get nutrition advice from anybody who's not qualified to give them. Don't get nutrition advice from blog posts or the internet, because a lot of times those blog posts will lead you to buy something, and whatever they are telling you, if they tell you, oh, take vitamin C is so great for the skin, vitamin C will do this, it will brighten your skin, it will take care of hyperpigmentation, it will do this, it will do that. I'm not saying vitamin C doesn't do these things, but only a professional will be able to tell you exactly what vitamin C will do and what to expect. Because when you buy based off of recommendation from let's say a a random influencer that is selling this product, they're going to be telling you, they're going to blow the benefits out of proportion just to get you to buy. And when you buy and you do not get those benefits that you're expecting to get, you become disappointed and say, oh, nutrition doesn't work, or supplements don't work, or this doesn't work. But when you get advice from a professional that will be able to tell you, help you manage your expectations and tell you that this is what you're doing and this is what to expect, you would you will see it's just going to be different, because you already know what to expect. And when you see that result that you're expecting, you're going to know that this person knows what they're doing. So first things first, speak to a professional if you are able to. Incorporating supplements into your routine is going to ensure, like, your daily routine is going to ensure that you get the best results. So like with every other thing in life, consistency in your skincare, your diet, and all the different types of routines that you have is going to give you the best results. So don't take your supplements for 1 week and stop, or for 2 days and stop. Don't if you get on a new diet that is adequate and that has all the nutrients, don't just do it for 1 or 2 days and stop. You have to be consistent. You're going to see better results over time. It's not something that you just do and stop and say it doesn't work, like a lot of people do. You have to be consistent and make sure that you're taking the supplements that your body needs, because the only way you're going to get results is if you give your body what it needs. If you're giving your body what it doesn't need, you're just going to be stuck at a point and feel like you're not seeing any results. Um, okay, next slide. I think we're done. Okay, so conclusions is my conclusion is that you have to regularly assess your nutrient intake, because every at every stage of life your body needs different things, and your skin will change. Once you get to 25, your skin starts to lose its collagen stores. That's when you start to notice that you're having some fine lines, you're having wrinkles, and at this time you want to reassess your diet and see, okay, what do I need to do? What do I what do I need to do to address this? If there's anything I can do. When you get to 35, 40, your needs will change again. When you get to 50, your needs will change again. So it's very important to regularly assess and know what you need and know what nutrients you need to increase in your diet, what supplements you need at a certain time. All of that is just going to help you to have better skin and better hair as you progress, and just going to support the integrity of your organs generally. And eating a balanced diet, like I said, is one of the best ways to do it. You don't cut out food groups from your diet, even if it's for weight loss. All of those things. Some people, when they start to get on weight loss diets and they cut out the fats and they cut out the carbohydrates and start to eat only protein, you notice that you start to have skin issues that you were not having before. That's when you start to break out. That's when your skin will start to feel dry and flake off. That's when you start to have wrinkles, because you have removed the things that your body needs to perform its general functions. A lot of people will lose weight in the wrong ways, and then you see that they start to have sagging skin. Their skin starts to wrinkle a lot easier, but yes, they've lost weight. So all of these things they work hand in hand. If you eat a balanced and a varied adequate diet, your body will flourish generally. So if there's also something that I did not add to the slides, but I'd like to shed some light on if there's still time. Do I still have time?
Not a lot, actually, no.
Okay, so
But
I think we just go to questions. If you guys have any questions, feel free to send them, or you can send them to me on Instagram. Anything that has to do with nutrition and how it affects your skin, and we'll just take
okay,
it from.
thank you, Chico. Me, I have a question. I was going to ask that, is there a particular test that people can run to find out what vitamins they are deficient in?
Oh yes, there are tests that you can run, but like I said, the first thing you need to do is to see a doctor, because a lot of times these nutrient deficiencies will show up physically. The lay person might not be able to identify the signs and symptoms of different vitamin and mineral deficiencies, but if a doctor looks at you, or a dietitian who has been trained in this specialty looks at you, they'll be able to figure out what you are lacking from physical examination. Then you can also go the route of doing a blood test to see what nutrients that you are lacking as well.
Okay, another question I have is, sorry, I'm just asking a lot of questions. This I see that it's as if this IV infusion, I don't know if it's within the scope of being a nutritionist or a dietitian. Um, does it really do anything? Because I find that now most med spas now do IV infusions. They'll tell you they're doing vitamin infusions, for skin and hair care and all of that. How does this work? Is it necessary?
Mm. Okay, so IV infusions are IV infusions are not they're not safe. Um, okay, I'm trying to answer this question in a way that's not going to ruffle too many feathers, but the safety the safety of IV nutrition of IV drips and infusions are is something that is still being studied. First of all, they are not necessary. It's that
Thank you.
simple. They are not necessary. Nobody really needs them, but they're very lucrative for the people that sell them, and they are able to sell them because they are selling you dreams. They're selling you fantasies, because taking in nutrients into your bloodstream is just overloading the organs that directly into your bloodstream without going through all the other digestive processes. Is just going to be overloading your kidney and your liver, because they are the ones that are going to have to filter these things out of your blood at the end of the day. Another thing that can happen with IV infusions is that the electrolyte balance, homeostasis in your body, can be disrupted. And a lot of the time, especially in Nigeria, since we're speaking as Nigeria, a lot of the people that do these infusions are not qualified to do infusions. They'll tell you, oh, we have a nurse, or we have somebody that can give infusion, but most of the time they can't handle the complications that could arise from these infusions. So first of all, your safety is not guaranteed. You understand? So people have had heart attacks while doing IV infusions.
Wow, heart
So
attacks. I
yeah,
wonder why we don't really talk about this, because the reason I wanted us to talk about this, of course, there's a role for nutraceuticals. I know I've seen where they start talking. I've seen the research on vitamins that can help with sun protection. But like you said, they are still studying maybe
there's
ability
still been
spread.
study, yes.
So, but I find that people feed off on other people's. I don't know if it's desperation or like you said, they are selling their fantasies now everywhere. Everybody's doing infusion. They'll tell you vitamin infusions for your hair, and then this high concentration of glutathione tablets. You see, the
Exactly.
right gluta and vitamin C at the same time. All this just for skin lightening. I think so. I think this is majorly
Yeah,
for
that's
skin
what
lightening.
people take the risk because they want to lighten their skin, but they don't know the risks, because I'm sure that if somebody wants to get lighter and they decide to go the IV infusion route and you tell them this thing can improve your skin tone, it can make you lighter, but these are the risks. For me, the risk, anything that has more risks than benefits, is not a good idea personally. And when it comes to IV infusion, I feel like the risks are a lot more than the benefits, if any, because those nutrients that you're taking in through your bloodstream can be gotten if you eat correctly. In fact,
Mm,
IV injecting it directly into your bloodstream can cause something called vitamin toxicity. And
okay.
depending on the vitamin, some of these toxicities can be very dangerous. So if
Wonderful.
you're not careful, then bad things can happen. Let me just put it that way. If
Yeah.
you're not careful, bad things can happen. So I'm not saying that there are no benefits to it, but the risks outweigh the benefits. And anything you're trying to inject into your body, in when we're talking about nutrients now, can be gotten from food. And medical doctors would always tell you that that injecting anything into your body should always be a last resort. If
Mm,
you go to the hospital for like malaria, for instance, before a doctor will inject you with anti-malaria antibiotics, they will try to get you to take it orally first. There's a reason for that. So many people don't know the risks, and that's why they go that route. But at the end of the day, it's not something that I would advise. It's not something I recommend for my patients. It's not something I recommend for anybody at all. Yeah, so that's my opinion.
thank you so much for this. Dr. Chizo said, "Can I say something?" Yes. I'll add you to the stage now, Dr. Chizo.
Hi,
Can
thank
you
you so
hear?
much. Yes,
Thank
I
you.
can. Thank you so much for this, and thank you, Chico, for this. This is something that honestly makes me, when it comes to this one and skin bleaching, I also get equally enraged. And Chico has mentioned everything that is relevant. Number one, our body is always in homeostasis, meaning that we have an equilibrium, that we're in a balance. Anytime you add anything additional to the system, you're making you have to make sure that that
An
balance
imbalance,
is not
exactly.
distorted. When you're putting in an IV drip, we have a certain amount of blood in our system, about 5 liters. If you're putting in an IV drip and you're not doing the drop rate appropriately, what you're doing is that you're increasing the volume of blood in the body from 5 liters to maybe 1 liter. There are different types of IV infusions. Like if you're dissolving it in the infusion, there's dextrose saline, there's normal saline. There are different things, and depending on which one you use, there's going to be a different reaction in the body. So I actually know of a relative of mine who was being titrated with, he was ill and was given a drug. They titrated it too fast and it ended up killing him. So you have a healthy person who is now going to get an IV drip and is asking for it doesn't make any sense. Like logically, I know Chico is trying to be how will I put it, diplomatic in her speech. I'm not going to be diplomatic. It doesn't make any logical sense for anybody to do that. Most of the ingredients or nutrients that you want to get, you can get it in food. And the body has been created in such a way that it prefers you to do that. The people who are getting IV drips are that they are severely deficient, and you're trying to quickly give them like a loading dose, boom, let's get it into the system because they have so little of it. So you're trying to prevent them from death. Then you have somebody who is in a relatively normal state, and then you're trying to do that. Why? Why are you trying to do that? How often are you going to sustain it? What is the point of this? I'm somebody that I'm in my 40s. I don't take any supplements because, like she said, except you're deficient. I took vitamin D supplements when I was deficient. You have people popping these things like pills. So, and then you now have, the IV infusions. I'm somebody who is from the East. They are doing it in the market. Oh, anime, however they say it in Igbo. I just want to take some drip. The name drip, that sort of thing. You see them all over the place. It is completely senseless. It doesn't make sense. So, and then you have somebody, you're doing that, you're piercing the skin. There's a possibility of infection. The vein can get infected. There are just so many things that we're doing. To get this result, and you guys are asking why. The problem with us, I'm sorry to say, in Nigeria, is that we don't want to put in the required efforts to get the results that we want. Everything cannot be done in a day. Everything cannot be done instantly. If you want to replace your, heal your skin, you just talked today about how long it's going to take. We want instant results, and it's not always possible. So trying to do these IV infusions is like trying to say, I don't want to do what it takes. I want to take a shortcut because I think my money will be able to allow me jump the line. It can help you sometimes, but not always. So if there's anybody who is thinking of taking, I want to take IV drips, I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense. It's senseless. And you're making yourself more likely to be harmed. If you're a young person, you're healthy, you might get away with it. If you're older, you don't know you have a heart condition, you don't know whether you have a cardiac condition, you go there, you overload your heart and you're gone. Because 5 liters of blood, you've given it 7, and maybe you gave it 7 liters, so additional 2 liters in a short period of time. Your heart now has to pump more because your kidneys haven't been able to excrete it as quickly as you're pushing it in. You're going to run into trouble. So that's what I wanted to say. It's a very important thing, and the way we're going about it is completely senseless. It needs to be said.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chico. I hope everyone is listening. For this IV drip something is something that the supplement thing is something that um we really need to we need to shed more light on. Thank you so much, Chico. Thank you. If you have any questions, please, on nutrition, and how it relates to skin and hair care, please feel free to reach out to Chico, you know, and ask your questions. You can connect with her on Instagram. Thank you so much, Chico.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
so we'll just go right into. Let's just go straight to the. We're going straight to the Q&A session. Even though we're supposed to have roundtable discussions now, but I think we should just go straight to the Q&A session immediately. So, formulators in the house. I'm going to have to add you on stage. We have some formulation questions that people sent in, and there's a lot of, as in we have a lot of questions. So I think we should just start talking about it so that we don't run out of time. In fact, it's best we answer the questions, and then if we still have time, we'll now come back to the discussion, the roundtable discussion. Um, so I'll just add you on stage right now. We have NN. We have Cosmetic Formulator Depot. Um, uh, we have Adunia Organics. We have My Joseph's Lab, Evita. And who else? Okay, I think that's about the formulators in the house. But if we get any, please, if you have any questions still on, Dr. Chizo spoke yesterday. about skin bleaching. If you have questions from the previous topics and sessions, please feel free to send it in. So I'm going to start with the questions that people sent in. So someone said uh, she wants to know about good manufacturing practices and how to register with NAFDAC. You may need to. I don't know if the person is online. That's why I don't want to call the person's name. So when we say good, when we talk about GMP, I think it's a very broad topic, and so this is vague. If you say you want to know about GMP and how to register with NAFDAC, so the GMP part is a bit vague. I'm not sure is Emma, do you have anything to say about that? Can you hear me, please?
I agree with you. It's a little big.
Mm.
Yes.
So
Can you hear me?
if yes, I can
Can
hear
you hear
you
me?
now. I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay.
I can hear
So
you.
I was agreeing with you
Okay.
actually that it's quite vague, especially as it has to do
Mm,
with NAFDAC. Also, NAFDAC tends to have these days, it has some of these guidelines on their website. So it's best for you to go to the source and ask them about it, what they want.
okay.
And when you find out what NAFDAC
Mm,
wants, you should also be able to, how to say this nicely, we are not in the best regulated environment. If your target
mm,
market, like you're selling in Nigeria, but you ultimately want to sell in Europe, I would advise that you find out how the Europeans do it. If you
mm,
want to sell in the US, I would advise you look up their regulations as well, as it has to do with GMP. Um,
mm,
Even if you don't want to sell in those markets, it's just good practice for you to see what the international standards are as well, because in Nigeria, we do a lot of self ruling or regulation, so to speak, the same way we provide ourselves with power, water, things like that. So, the best thing for you to do is benchmark with international standards. And I can
mm,
promise you that they will almost always exceed the standards that are required of you locally. In that way, you know that you're meeting the local demand and you're meeting your, if you have ambitions for another target, an international target market, you're also meeting that demand.
okay. Also, usually I tell people that I think EU, they have they have very strict regulations. So most times I tell people, if you don't know which one to follow, just follow EU. Um, because they are
The
quite
Americans don't
strict.
want to hear that, so they've been fighting with people that say that the EU has the best standards. But I mean, if you're saying it, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Okay, so somebody said, how do I know the um effective percentage of an active from the usage rates given by a supplier? Let me just tell say that you can't know from the usage rate give the usage rate for giving it to you by a supplier just gives you an idea, and that's why there's something called prototyping. You have to experiment to find the best usage rate that will work for what it is that you want it to do for you. And I think I mentioned this, I talked about this also in my when I was talking about the use of cosmeceuticals. So you can't just say, oh, if you use niacinamide at 5%, it's going to work. It doesn't work that way. You have to do different experiments and then find the sweet spot where you have to balance between costs, functionality, safety, stability. So there are different things for you to consider. You can't just say that this is the most effective percentage of an active. And then, like I also said, take into consideration other ingredients that you're adding into that formulation. So talking about penetration enhancer. Sometimes you may not need as high. You don't need a high concentration of that ingredient because there are other ingredients that will actually help it penetrate better into the skin. So there are so many things to consider. You just don't choose an active and just say, okay, what's the best percentage of that active? You have to test it out and also um, look at other things in the And exactly, synergies are is very important. Look at other things in the formula, right? Um, Also, somebody said we had to learn proper cosmetic formulation and ingredient supply. Uh, where somebody said where can I learn proper cosmetic formulation? I don't know what she means by ingredient supply. I think she's talking about how to get good ingredients. But for the proper cosmetic formulation, formulators, does anyone want to take that? Kike?
Well, I don't mind taking that if you don't mind.
Okay, okay.
So where to learn? You can learn from Summy's World, for instance. I don't think that there are a lot of international courses, and there's some really good ones, and there's some really um, maybe not so good ones, but very popular ones where you can spend a lot of money, but you don't learn the whys.
Yeah.
So I would say that you should start from within Nigeria. There are a few people that teach really good courses, and Somi, you've done a fantastic job. So I would say go to
Thank you
Somi's
so
World.
much.
I would also do talk about myself as formulation class. We have some classes and we've tried to cut them up, so that people can learn little things as well. The same way you have them, Somi. So that even
Mm,
if you don't have a lot of money, and this is where learning locally comes in for me. We are charging in naira, not in pound sterling or in dollars or in euros. So the I think that we have an understanding while still giving good courses. People that are in Nigeria can afford the courses that we do give. So I would say
mm,
Summy's World, I would say formulation class. I would also say I think that I checked out Joseph's lab and she has like a form or something. I'm sorry, Evita, you have to correct me. She has some things that you can download from her as well. So things like that. And I don't think it costs a lot of money either, even in euros. So that will be my answer. Evita, please go ahead. I see you unmuted yourself.
Okay. And I mean, what's this proper cosmetic formulation? The thing is that even those who attend, who pursue chemistry and all the likes, they are really not taught formulation in schools. Okay, it's the knowledge and your desire to want to learn. Somis has very good courses. You can check that out, and also your desire to put whatever you've learned into practice. Okay, you tried making a body butter, it melted, you tried again, it melted, you tried again, it melted. But as you go on, you better yourself. Okay, so get that. I mean, it's not always about I want to have a certificate, I want to have a diploma, and it's not about it. Learn the basis, and like NN said, local. Start from your local point. That's where you are. Start from there. Don't look down upon, I mean, your local market, because really that's your local market. Americans, those who live in America, that is also their local market. The moment they step out of America, it's international market. So don't look down on your local market. Take the bits and pieces courses that you can take, the ones that you are interested in. And I would always say that crawl before you run. Okay, don't start formulating and say, I want to formulate with azelaic acid. I want to formulate with this. Start from the basis and build yourself up.
thank you so much, Evita. And then you said you wanted to say something.
Yes, Evita reminded me of something I wanted to say, and that is that I believe that this question would have been posed by a so-called beginner. I'm saying so-called beginner because I don't want anyone to think that they have to remain in that position. So a beginner, so to say. But even for the most expert formulator, you need to take courses, and this can be you giving yourself the course on scholar.google.com and finding out things about different ingredients, you need to constantly update yourself on what is going on in the industry. And there is no formulator, no good formulator who is a formulator that doesn't like to read. You must read, you must study. Everything that you said during your talk in the cosmeceuticals that you gave this morning, Somi, you were telling us about salicylic acid, you were mentioning the PELs, that's the permissible exposure limits or usage limits and things like that. This comes from reading. So if you do not have a culture of reading and you want to be a good formulator, that is something that you're going to want to imbibe by all means possible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Also, when I say I'm self-taught, people some people feel like, oh, Sophie, you're downgrading yourself, you know. In fact, I've had some people question my expertise because of that. But I dare say that confidently, as I have and when it comes to formulation, I've paid my dues. I've burnt myself. In fact, I've burnt my family member, my family members. My point is, um, no matter the amount of school, no matter where you go to, of course, going to school will formulation schools will give you the basics, give you you learn the principles of formulation, but you also need to learn how to read, experiment, formulate. You learn to formulate by actually formulating. That's how you learn how to formulate. You go into the lab. There are so many times I've read about an ingredient. I can't count how many times I've read about an ingredient. And one of those ingredients, what's the name of this? There's this particular Kike, please, what's the name of that rheology modifier that we were disappointed at? Wait, I'm trying to remember. Very expensive, 100 grams for 12K. The skin feel okay, I think it was Sepimax then.
Sepimax
They
then.
Yes, we were the way they marketed it in, I was so happy. 10K for 12, 10, sorry, 10, 100 grams for 12,000 naira. I was so happy. I was like, fantastic, you know. By the time I used it, I'm not saying Sepi Max then is not fantastic, but for the price, mba, I will find the one that will do a better job, you know. Here, there are other ones that I dare say will do a better job I'm talking about for the price. Now, if it was at the same price with maybe Carbopol, for example, maybe 100 grams for 6K, I'll probably use it. But for 100 grams for 12,000 naira, and that was then, so it's probably increased now that dollar rate has increased. So if I'm adding 1 gram of that ingredient, I have about maybe 150 naira in my formula. What are you doing for me? You're just thickening my formula. You are not worth it. Leave the formulation, you know. And so you need to actually learn formulation by actually going into the lab and experiencing it. That way, that's how you learn formulation. And then again, taking courses, you know, formulation class I have formulation courses as well. And we've been able to break down these formulation classes into very, very short, small master classes, like NN said, you know, just to make it more affordable, you know, and not just more affordable. We find that because when you in the course of experimenting by yourself, you might run into a fix and you don't know what to do. And then when you look through classes, you'll find classes that will teach you how to do a particular thing. For example, I remember I had a master class on formulating with salicylic acid, because I find that a lot of people struggle to work with that particular ingredient, you know. So that's it. And then Evita also mentioned something about certification. By all means, get certified, but certification is nothing if you do not know how to formulate. You know, for me personally, experience trumps certification for me, right? But I'm not saying do not get certified. Very important. Okay, somebody else said, how do I make emulsions that are not heavy but hydrate? What are the key steps? And then you have a class on emotions. So I think I'll just leave you to answer that.
So emulsions that are not heavy but hydrate. Emulsions are inherently hydrating. So because they
Mm,
contain hydrators, anyway,
yeah.
water being one of those, and you can't have an emulsion without water. if you're talking about not heavy, I mean, these are not technical terms. So I'm going to take it from my point of understanding. Perhaps you need something that is free flowing. Perhaps you need something that's, so when you say not heavy, you're not talking about a cream, you're talking about a lotion. That is what I think. When you're saying not heavy, maybe you want something that disappears into the skin immediately rather than something that, you have to rub before you get it in. When you say not heavy, you might be talking about porability. So, in terms of how am I going to package it, there are so many ways to answer this question. So, I'm going to take the one of it being a lotion and not a cream. For that
Mm.
one, the simple thing is that your water phase, you're going to need a lot more water, in that kind of emulsion than you would use in a cream. There's certain, I remember earlier on in the day, there was some lady that was teaching, and she said that if you use between this percentage and that percentage of water, then you have a lotion. You use this other percentage, then it's a cream. So you're going to have to write your formulation in such a way that you incorporate a bit more water in that formulation. So that's the water cream thing. Talking about something that is easy to penetrate, it depends on the ingredients that you're using, your raw materials. They make up everything, and each one plays a different role. For instance, you have a lot of emulsifying waxes in the market. And yesterday, Somi and Kike were talking about silky wax. I've never heard of it until yesterday, to be honest. I know about emulsifying wax, but that there was silky wax. I've actually heard about silky wax, but that there were a lot of silky wax in the market that I didn't know. So you have to again read. You have to study. There are some of these things that come with their product data sheet, and the manufacturers will tell you, try to sell you, because the product data sheet is really a marketing tool for them on what that thing does. And some of them will state that they're lightweight. They'll give you lightweight emulsions that will feel silky on the skin or whatever it is. So you have to study that. And then you have to practice. So you've read it, you practice it. And then you also know that by the time you combine this raw material with that raw material, you might not be getting just what the first raw material that says it will penetrate easily will give you. The other one will also contribute to that equation. So for everything that you add on, um, to your emotion, you get a certain sort of reaction. So that goes to something you said again today, Sami, which is make experiments. So you're going to have to make several iterations. There's nothing like I'm going to make this formula and this is what I'm going to market with. No, you're going to have to make it again and again and again until you get exactly what you want.
Mm. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let me see. I think someone else said, um, how do I stabilize vitamin C? Kika, would you want to take that? Are you there?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
You buy a stable variant of vitamin C. That's the truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
And there's so many types that are quite stable that are in the market. You have the SAP, you have MAP, you have ascorbyl glucoside. They're all very stable.
Yeah. Okay. Um, thank you, thank you, Kike. That's straight to the point. No need of dilly dallying. Yes. So buy a stable variant of vitamin C, and also when formulating with vitamin C, um, you can put in an airless pump bottle. Add antioxidants, add chelating agents. All these things will help with your vitamin C. Again, when you're so for example the L-ascorbic acid, you can make anhydrous formulations of L-ascorbic. If you want to use L-ascorbic acid, if you must use L-ascorbic acid, if not, like Kike said, please buy more stable variants and give yourself peace, right? And if you want to just use L-ascorbic acid, by all means, use and make anhydrous formulation so that you um not stress yourself, right? So somebody said how to preserve oils from manufacturing. I don't quite get what this means, and how to create effective body butters that won't melt. I don't know what I don't understand what she means by how to preserve oils for manufacturing. I don't quite get that. However, creating effective body butters that won't melt. Use waxes, use butters that have high melting point. Or sorry, yeah, your cocoa butter, shea butter, um little concentration of oil, add waxes, or better still, use make emulsified butters. The weather has been hot lately, very hot, as in very, very hot. And I find that butters are melting, in fact, it's balms that are still holding on. So you may need to experiment, use waxes, you know, and things like your like I said, the cocoa butter, increase the concentration of all that. So when you say effective, it depends on what body butters, they are mainly for occlusion. So yeah, and then you could add things like what's the name of the cerebellina wax and all those oil gelants and all of that. I'm sure they will help to add structure to your body butters and also improve the skin feel, because I get that some people feel like, oh, when I add more butters, it may feel oily and greasy. So that's where the choice of your lipids come in, right? And that's why I said Sarah Bellina wax, because I find that it's more aesthetically pleasing than maybe e-wax, you know. Okay, somebody in the comment section said, what's the difference between water in oil emulsion and oil in water emulsion, and how do you determine the outcome of your emulsion? And then emulsions.
Okay, so that's actually an interesting question. The difference is the continuous phase and the dispersed phase. And how do you determine the outcome? You know before you start making the emulsion whether it's an oil and water emulsion or a water and oil emulsion. In fact, because you know what you are aiming for, you will choose your raw materials accordingly. The sort of emulsion, the sort of emulsifier, for instance, you're going to use. Um, and maybe the easiest way to answer this question is that for the water and oil, you pour the water inside the oil before you mix it. And for the oil and water, you pour the oil inside the water. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I'm trying to answer it easily because I see that this is a
Okay.
beginner formulator.
Yes. Also, your emulsifier influences the choice of. So if you're doing the water and or if you're doing a water and oil emulsion from the beginning, you already know, that that's what you're doing. It's not like it's when you're done making the emulsion, you will now start testing it that, oh, is it just a water and oil no. From the beginning, you know whether your emulsifier will influence um the outcome of your emotion. So for example, we have things like Alacel something. I can't remember the number behind the Alacel, but that will give you a water and oil emulsion. Maybe something like sunflower lecithin with
Yeah. I think it's Alexel 161685 or something like that. I think so.
I don't want to start going into HLB and all of that, because it might be
Mhm.
so too complex,
Exactly.
but
I think
And
also that we should mention that when you are making a water in oil emulsion, your end product, you are looking for a certain end product, which is very different from an oil in water emulsion. So you will be able to determine one of your phases is going to be okay, sorry, because again, beginner, let me say this: dispersed phase, continuous phase. So when you're making a water in oil emulsion, your continuous phase is your oil. Your dispersed phase is your water. If you're making oil in water, it is the other way
Exactly.
around. I don't know if that makes sense. And
Yes,
typically, a water in
it does.
it does a water in oil emulsion
Yeah, okay, maybe to
typically
me.
comes out a little exactly. So it
Can you hear
typically
me,
comes
please?
out a little thicker than an emulsion. Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, so true. Water in oil is more greasy, because the oil is the continuous phase. My network is breaking. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Okay, okay. So the oil is the, like you said, when the oil is the continue, it's like water embedded in oil. So the oil is the continuous phase. Oil embedded into oil droplets dispersed into water. The water to feel lighter on the skin. I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm not sure we can explain it again past this explanation that we just explained. I think we've been able to break it down um as simple as to the barest minimum. Okay, I'm trying to see other questions because I find that a lot of people are repeating same questions. Somebody said acne and hyperpigmentation. I think this is just a broad topic. It's not something that we can start. Yes, the Skin and Hair Manufacturing Hub talked about formulating for hyperpigmentation, and talking about acne. The first thing I'm just going to say is that when formulating for any skin condition, you must take your time. That is why take your time to study the anatomy and physiology of the skin. It is very important. That way, you know how healthy skin works. You know that when formulating for acne, what causes acne? What's how does it form? And then you can now say, okay, this ingredient, I'm going to use this ingredient, this ingredient, this ingredient to tackle, this pathway or stop this or improve this. So talking about acne, like I said earlier on, reduce inflammation, kill acne causing bacteria, increase cell turnover because the rate at which the people who have oily and acne prone skin, they have buildup of dead skin cells. So you have to continually do mild exfoliation all the time. Mild, not on mild exfoliation. And then for people who do oil scrubs, oh sorry, I meant sugar scrubs might not be the best for oily and acne prone skin. So when we say exfoliate, use chemical exfoliants. About formulating for acne and hyperpigmentation. There's no one size fits all. There are different types of acne. There's inflammatory, there's non-inflammatory, and how you formulate for non-inflammatory acne is not the same way not the same actives you use formulate for inflammatory. For inflammatory, you might use benzoyl peroxide. For people who have blackheads, they don't have any business using that. So you may just need to you need to study that skin condition. That way, you know the best formulation methods, or just take classes that have broken all those things down for you. Then somebody said, how do I do stability testing with limited resources? I think somebody asked this same question yesterday. And then please, would you want to take that on stability testing? She said, how do I do stability testing with limited um sorry, with limited resources? Yes.
I think you're actually in a better position to do it, Sammy, because I saw that you bought a certain equipment. So go
Okay.
on.
So I won't even say limited because when you say limited resources, I don't know um the kind of resources you have at your disposal. But first of all, yes, there's something called preliminary stability testing. That's where things like your maybe freeze-thaw tests, centrifuge tests, and putting in the incubator, like doing in-house tests, your own in-house test as a lab. But you also need to learn how to do these things properly. So, for example, if you decide to do freeze-thaw tests, and like I said yesterday, and your power supply is not um, is not it's not something that is stable. When you're leaving the lab, you have to put off your gen, and when you come back to the lab, you have to put on the gen. How do you do that? How do you use your incubator? Because you have to test at a certain temperature condition, and so how do you manage that variable when you're not in charge of that? So usually I usually say that maybe some simple preliminary tests you can do. The centrifuge test, maybe you should get a centrifuge and all of that, but that doesn't still give you the ultimate shelf life of your product. Those things are just preliminary, they just give you an idea. Ideally, I usually, even when you do that, you should still do real-time stability tests. Just send it to the lab, because sometimes if you see the amount of money you would need to do these things, even when we say we are doing it ourselves, in my experience, sometimes it costs more. Fuel they have removed subsidy. Yes, that you will rather just go and pay lab maybe like 50K, even though 50K looks big, but they will just do it for you than you doing it yourself. So again, like I said, it depends on what you mean by limited resources, right? Um, so that's what I have to say about stability testing. But again, ensure that you have stability testing in your budget, right? In your budget, stability testing. If you don't will tell me that, oh, so me, I have to throw away a 5 kg batch of product. I had to throw this away. I had to throw that away. That's because you didn't put stability testing and even PET. So when we say stability, this preliminary on a budget, PET is not, you know,
I think Somi's network has succumbed.
oh, sorry. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. To- Is this better?
Yes, I can
Hello.
hear you clearly.
Can you? Okay, thank you. I was going to ask that what was the last thing you heard me say?
You were talking
Okay.
about stability testing not being the same thing as PET.
Oh, okay, yes. I was saying that you can't do PET yourself, please, so that you don't have your lab filled with microorganisms that you can't control. So just send PET. Stability testing just has to do with, okay, is it going to change color? Is it going to separate? Like this melting of butters now is going to give you a fair idea, and that's, like I said, preliminary stability testing. You need to still run real time tests to tell you how that is going to do in real time, right? So most times, sometimes you'll see that even when a product is in the marketplace and they've done preliminary testing, testing still continues at the back end. I still have products that I made like a year ago, just still looking at it and analyzing, evaluating, and all of that. Okay, thank you. So somebody said, uh, I think somebody asked a question on the live stream. Let me see. Uh, I think I saw a question somewhere. Okay. Um, Please throw more light on double cleansing, using cleansing oil first before face wash, as it is recommended for all skin. And is it recommended for all skin types? Uh, Oil cleansing oil. So that's the thing about this influencing thing. Even me, I'm tired. You know. Um, this double cleansing, if you're not using a makeup, if you don't have you don't have makeup on, there's no reason why you must use oil to cleanse your face first before you use your face wash. No reason whatsoever. Your face wash has surfactants that would cleanse your skin properly. So I don't understand the rationale. Now if you're using and even cleansing oils, for example, um I find that if your cleansing oil wasn't, if the oil wasn't developed to cleanse, maybe adding some surfactants to the oil to help cleanse the skin, I also think it's pointless, because now you see people using like ordinary sunflower oil or coconut oil to clean, or even Vaseline to rub their faces first, wipe it off, and then use it. Just doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't know, maybe Dr. Chizo or other skincare consultants will be in the best position to answer this. But personally, I feel like your cleanser has surfactants, that has the ability to cleanse your skin properly. If your cleanser is not cleansing your skin properly, what's the point? There's no need for this double cleansing, in my opinion. I just think it's something that that there was a time that is in snail muslin, a snail, I don't even pronounce it properly. Once something starts to trend, we take it so seriously, and we just go overboard with it. I don't think there's a and most times, even when you're using well formulated cleansing oil, you still do not need to use your face wash afterwards. I have a cleansing oil, I have a cleansing balm, and most times when I use it, I'm good to go because they cleanse properly. They have surfactants in there that will help to cleanse the skin. And so once I rinse off the skin, it rinses off everything. There's no need really. Okay, so I have another question. Sorry, I'm trying to. Somebody said, how do I determine the expiry date of cosmetic ingredients in the in the local markets? And then, Kike, you're an ingredient supplier. Come and tell us.
Okay, normally every product will come with the best before date on the main packaging. So your supplier is supposed to attach that to the ingredient supplied to you. Just indicate the best before or expiry date on the label.
Yeah,
So that's what we
thank you.
do.
Yeah, so you are very correct. Now when you say the local market, I don't know, is it? I don't want to let it not be as if I'm always tackling Ojota because they have good ingredients there. It's just that if you know how to if you know how to source it well. In the local market, it's a bit difficult because these people, a lot of them don't have the knowledge. I'm talking about the open market now. Like if you go to a Jota to buy raw materials, some of them just buy raw materials in drums, authentic raw materials sometimes, but because they don't have the knowledge, these same raw materials, they dispense these raw materials in dirty containers. These same raw materials, they do not care about the best before dates. They just dispense it into containers and then you come and buy. That's why it's best. Personally, I would say do not buy. If you want to buy from Mojota, like I said, they have people who sell authentic things there, but buy it in whole. Like buy, number one, know your source, and buy. If you're not buying the whole container, then don't buy the whole bag of maybe like wax or something. Do not buy. Buy from suppliers that can tell you the exact expiry date of your ingredient, because you can't tell from the local market, and that's just the truth. Some of them don't even know the expiry date. It's on the container there, but they don't take note of it. They just transfer, and that transferring, that's transferring is not just about the expiring date. Sometimes when they transfer, there's risk of adulteration. Like I said, somebody have exactly buy an open bag. Thank you, carton. Buy an open bag. Thank you. Sometimes people transfer and mix with old batches. You can't tell. So I would rather that if you're buying, buy something that is not open. And if you don't have the capacity to buy that much, stay away from Ojota, please. Just buy from a reputable ingredient supplier. Right. So Ifama says when it comes to stability testing, how do we manage botanicals of color? Like turmeric oil, for instance, when used in a cream, it gives a beautiful yellow color, but fades off after a while. And then will you want to take that, please? Or Evita, anyone can take it. Can you hear me, please? Hello?
Ah, okay. Hmm. I mean, what can you do? Once it fades, it fades. Sorry, but yeah,
But that's true.
once. But the truth is that, I mean, that's how come stability is very important. Recently, we did, I think I posted an oil, a chai blend oil I did for a client, and it's very deep in color. We didn't use any colorants, but it's very deep in color because of the in-house infusion we did. And we took it for stability. So Oxford Biosciences in the UK, they are like a stability house. They
Mm,
actually have this 1 month accelerated stability they conduct. In fact, I think they are the only people who can do that.
mhm.
And they came back to us and said that no, we can't actually perform 1 month because of the color, and that it has to go for 3 months because they need to be able to state that indeed, like the color is going to be maintained throughout the shelf life of the product. But I know that there are certain ingredients that for oil, I'm not sure, but for water-based formulations, I know there are certain um, ingredients that we can actually, on top of my head, I can't think of any, but there are certain ingredients that we can actually add for it to help with the color, for the color to stay on for some time. But you cannot really determine how long the color is going to stay on unless you actually perform that stability. And I mean, if it's going to last for, let's say, 6 months, 1 year, you yeah, that is it, because there is really nothing you can do about it. Another thing is packaging. Packaging is also very important. Sometimes, I'm not saying disguise the product and deceive your client, but with exposure of UV, sometimes that also affects the discoloration. And so you can actually protect such products in LS bottles, and also UV protected bottles. That can also help. Yes, I'm done. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sorry,
Good.
sorry, I can hear you. I don't know. I keep muting myself. I can hear you. I'm so sorry. So somebody
Yeah.
said, please, ma, after conducting a stability test in the lab and it comes out well, do I need to do a stability? Do I need to do a stability test for every batch of product I want to sell?
No, you don't have
And
to.
then,
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
thank you. No, 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 it's okay, Evita. You
Okay,
don't
so
have
you
to really.
you don't have to, but the moment um there is changes in raw material, then you'd have to conduct
Thank
a
you.
stability test. Okay. The moment there is changes. So it's like cooking. The moment you change, let's say, your source of palm oil, it can actually affect the
Okay.
taste of the sauce that you are making of your special
Mm,
egusi, or it's ogbono. Do we add palm oil to ogbono soup? No, maybe not.
exactly.
But the moment you change a raw
Yes.
material in a particular product, then you need to go in for stability again.
Mm, okay, thank you. And I think the same goes with PET testing. The moment you change anything, please, you must do PET on that product again, right? Um, so I have a question here. Let me see. Someone says how do I know? Wait, sorry. I think I saw it. I can't. The best preservative for children product. I think. And then we talked about this. Somebody said, how does she know the best preservative for baby product?
Yeah, the simple answer is to read, to study
Okay.
the material that comes with the preservative that you're interested in, And you can ask your manufacturer or supplier to send you these documents before you commit to buying it with your money. And
Mm.
typically, it is written, every supplier has to, what's the word now? Has to disclose if
Mm.
there are any cautions to be taken around their raw material, including whether children can use them or not. I remember
Okay.
us talking something about how liquid Gemal Plus is not the only preservative in the market,
Preservative.
because that is something that a lot of people love to use in Nigeria. So
Okay.
experiment. There's so many of them out there, and they must tell you as the formulator whether you can use them on children or not. If you are making things for babies, it is so important for you to do your checks over and over and over again, because, like Somi had described yesterday, their skin is different from our skin. It's not quite as hardened yet, for lack of a better word to use. So do your research, read the technical data sheets that comes with raw materials, or ask for it before it comes to you. You're within your right to do that if you're buying from the right supplier. Oh, and I'm sorry, but let me just go off a tangent a little. So in view of the rising cost of doing business in Nigeria, I tried to buy a particular raw material from a Nigerian vendor. And I typically don't do that. That is part of the reason why our prices are so high, because we tend to get them into the country ourselves. And I said to the guy, could you please send me the documentation? He said, how much do you want to buy? I said, I'll start with 25 kg first. And he said, well, it's almost like a sample. And because of that, I'm not going to be able to pass you any um, documentation. And first of all, he
Wonderful.
asked me to define what a TDS was, because I said to him, can I have the TDS? And he says, what is TDS? These are your indications that this person doesn't know anything about what he's selling. He doesn't know your rights as a formulator, and he clearly doesn't even know anything about the documentation that comes with it. And where is 25 kilograms a sample of anything? Nowhere. So, of course, you don't buy from that kind of person. That's my point.
I'm laughing here. Whoa.
Wonderful. The kind of things that we see in this industry, especially here in Nigeria, is very scary. In fact, very soon I will soon leave people and go and find work so that I will have peace. It's very scary. It's very scary. Okay, so let me see. We have another question here. I'm trying to open it. Sorry for the delay. Um, did I have? I think somebody said it. Okay, I already talked about this. Sorry. Uh,
Sorry, Somi, can I say something about the question regarding the botanicals of color?
yes, yes, please, you can.
Okay, like Evita said, it will fade. That's what it's meant to do. This is where standing your ground as a manufacturer comes in with your client. I'm not asking you to quarrel with them, but then you use knowledge to show them that you know what you are saying. One of my products, my face cream, is yellow, and the color comes from turmeric. It fades over time. So it used to be packaged in a transparent container. And we would get customers who would say, oh, the color is changing. And we would say, yes, we use natural colorants. They will not retain their color the same way that synthetic colorants will. And I never met anybody who had an issue with that explanation. In
Okay.
time, we also now changed our packaging to white so that that's no longer so obvious if it changes. And now we use an LS container. So the degradation of the color is even much slower. But the truth is, you need to be open with these things. And once the customer hears your explanation and your explanation tallies, then you're no longer under pressure because it is what it is.
It is what it is. Oh, it's going to fade. So also then for water-based color, sometimes pay attention to your pH, and pH can also sorry, in water-based extract, pH can also influence the color um of some water-based plant extracts. But ultimately they will still fade. The way hibiscus fades is really scary. The thing will just disappear on you. You won't even see it. In fact, it will be as if you didn't add anything to it. It will just disappear. Something that was pink before all of a sudden will just turn white. So it's important that we know that this thing will fade, and be realistic about it, right? Yes, hibiscus will stain your white. Okay, I'm still trying to get question. Oh, there are so many questions. Shineke now. I'm just saying it. Sorry. Um, how do I identify genuine ingredient suppliers around the world? Kike, I think you are in a better position to answer this.
Since we are saying around the world, you will do trial and error. You will kiss many, many, many frogs before you meet your Prince Charming. Even me that
Okay.
retails, I kissed many frogs at the beginning. But yeah, it's normal. You have to kiss
Yeah.
many frogs. You have to just try. Trust, read
Mm.
reviews, check forums, online forums where you belong. See if anybody has had any nasty thing to say about them, if it's quality or their customer service. Those are the ways to
Mm.
narrow down who to buy from.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kike. Somebody said suitable skin lightening and brightening actives that are safe for skin types. Sorry. For skin types, most importantly, the body. Suitable. What are the suitable skin brightening and skin lightening actives that are safe for skin types? Most importantly, the body. I don't know. Evita, will you answer that?
Oh, was this person in the session yesterday? Because I think Anne chipped in a lot of these ingredients. Um,
Exactly.
yeah, there will be a replay, right?
Yes, there'll be a replay. There's a replay already
So
on on
think
YouTube.
that, yeah, I think that the person should just go and watch. I think it was the
Watch.
last uh,
Yes,
yeah, it was the
session.
last
True.
one. Yeah. But
Thank you.
one what I would say is that I've forgotten my thoughts. But well, the person should just go and one size does not fit all. That's what I
Thank
wanted to
you.
say. You know, you'd have to, it's all about experiments. So it's about
Exactly.
mixing and trying, mixing and trying. Because sometimes there was this active I got, very fantastic ingredient with very good efficacy data, but obviously the data was on Asian skin. So imagine
Mm-hmm.
you a black beauty, you want to use it, you have to try and mix a lot of things. That's what I would say. But go and watch Anne's session, because she spoke a lot about um that as well. Okay, she spoke about hyperpigmentation, but most the tyrosinase inhibitors would also help with the lightening. Okay. And
Thank
healthy
you so
skin
much.
really would help you to for your skin to actually gain its natural sorts of color, So if it's skin lightening, I'm sorry, don't go there. If it's bleaching, don't go there. But taking care of the skin would actually evolve in the skin regaining its natural color.
Exactly. Most times when for example, when I had my daughter, in fact I was very excited because I said I was praying. I said I wanted a baby that's dark. So when I had my daughter, she was really dark and I was so excited. This girl is growing up and she's getting fair on me. I'm like, how, baby? What? As in, I'm like, what's happening here? Because I taught baby care class, and we are saying that as they get older, the melanocytes are, they start to work, and so most times most children darken. So how are you getting lighter? So I think that most times once you take care of your skin, it will just reveal its normal color. We don't use anything. We just use our skin, our oil cleanser, or maybe surfactant based wash and palm kernel oil. So most times, but this is just baby skincare, healthy skin. For adult skin, most times once you moisturize your skin, protect your skin, do the things you need to do to nourish your skin, your complexion, you will love your complexion, really. there's no really I don't even like preaching about skin lightening anymore, because it seems as though people would lighten their skin or brighten their skin or whiten their skin anyways, so talking about what are the safe skin lightening actives, the poison is in the dose. There are lots of actives out there that will promise you skin lightening. For example, if you take something like alpha arbutin, that's they'll tell you it's safe, and you add it at 5%, it becomes unsafe. So the poison is in the dose. We've been talking about documentation, efficacy data. Read, study, experiment. There's no one size fits all. Look at the pathways of this of melanin synthesis. How do I what which ingredients will work together to give me my desired result. But talking about safe skin lightening is tricky, right? Okay, let's say safe skin whitening. There's nothing like safe skin whitening though. Brightening most times has to do with shedding of dead skin cells to reveal a brighter skin complexion. So most times your retinols, your alpha hydroxyl acids. But even with these ingredients, you still need to know how to formulate with them properly. If you don't formulate with retinol properly, you end up having issues. If you overuse hydroxy acids, you end up having issues. So there's no one size fits all really, right? Um, Somebody said, what are the ways to make formulation stable in our harsh sunny days? How best do I answer this question? And when you say make formulation stable, there are so many things you have to put in place. It depends really on what is inside your formulation, right? It depends on what's inside your formulation these days. So, for example, if you're making something like a product, a hand cream, for example, and in this hot weather condition, that and then you know that most people would leave their hand creams in their bags and leave it in the car, for example. You might want to um use a heat stable preservative, very heat stable, because the car can get really hot, you know. So it depends on there's no one size fits all to answer this question on to make formulation stable. It's in the choice of your ingredients and how you put these ingredients together, and then the kind of product you are looking to make or you want to make, right? um how do you make formulation stable in these sunny days? Add antioxidants, add antioxidants, add chelating agents, put them in dark bottles, because of the UV lights and all of that. This will also help you. So your choice of ingredients, from your choice of ingredients to the synergy of the ingredients to your packaging, all these things will help you to preserve the integrity of your formulations. So somebody said, okay, how do I get confident with my formulation? We already answered this. Is you just need to keep formulating and experimenting and take courses. We already talked about taking courses. Um, Courses will help you gain confidence. Sometimes even it kind of gives you a network, you know just validating that even the best of us, the best formulators, will sometimes still doubt themselves. So talk more of somebody who is just starting out. So experiment to gain mastery. Network with other formulators. It doesn't hurt to ask questions. So sometimes, ask, oh, have you worked with this ingredient before? What's your experience? Recently I asked on my stories, do you know that tranexamic acid oxidizes? Some people are like, no, I've never experienced it. But sometimes this hot weather, I just realized that tranexamic acid can turn yellow. I never knew. Me too, I didn't know. I just realized it and I was shocked. So sometimes ask questions, and it was even stability testing that helped me to realize this about tranexamic acid. Okay, so somebody also asked how to get ingredient samples from ingredient suppliers. Kike, you may need to answer this for us.
So I'll speak from what we do at Cosmetic Depot. If you need an ingredient sample that we have available, we can do 25-gram sizes or 50-gram sizes for you, first purchase only. If there are ingredients we don't have, and we know how to get it for you. We will get it for you and you will pay for the shipping to Nigeria. Then another way we try to get samples out there, like for people that are recurrent customers, if we have any new ingredients, we just put one or two in everybody's order. That way they can try before they buy. Yeah.
Thank you. And then there's this
Okay.
question for you. Somebody says, what's the best method for sanitizing your packages? UV light, 70% alcohol spray, or let dry out or wipe down?
UV light, 70% alcohol spray, or
Let it dry out or wipe it down.
hmm,
Oh, sorry, 70% alcohol spray and let it dry out or wipe it down.
well, let it dry or wipe it down. Okay. I imagine that this person is buying their packaging from the open market, which is
Yes,
why
I
they're
think so.
asking. Yeah. I can't say I remember all the things that you've just listed out now.
She,
You said
she
UV
said UV
light,
light. She then said
wipe it
70%
down.
alcohol spray. And
Hmm.
as in what she means is that spraying it with
Yeah.
70% alcohol and letting it dry. Or should she wipe it down? Should
Oh,
she let
let
it
it
air
dry.
dry or wipe it down? Yeah. Or should she use UV light?
This is a little hard for me because it's not something that I typically do within my practice because I buy my packaging differently. Um,
Okay.
I would say that, I mean, I'm just wondering because the way my mind works is I think I have an answer for the jars. What about the bottles? Um,
Yeah, yeah, I get you.
yeah, so I would say that the alcohol spray will be a good idea. And
Yeah,
definitely for the bottles, they're going to now need to let it air out, but air out how and where is something else.
exactly. So
Yeah,
I was going
so
to talk about that too. The air
yeah, go
out,
ahead.
because your air quality matters. The quality of your air, where you're airing it out to, is also something that also matters. So when we say UV light, I don't know if the person means that um maybe it's drying out in the sun, or maybe the machine. If you're in
I suspect.
Nigeria, I don't think the cost, just go with alcohol. Alcohol
Mhm.
seems better. And also, if you're buying from the open market, don't just buy and use alcohol straight. Wash it first, rinse with distilled water, use 70% alcohol. And then last, you need to let it air dry because you can't wipe down bottles. But just this is our reality, use 70 to 80% alcohol. um so if you wash first, I would say use 80% alcohol because the bottle will be wet already, you know. So and then let it air dry. But also make sure when we talk about air drying, you need to make sure your space is really good, you know, um in terms of air quality and all of that. So she also said, "Oh, my brand is a minimalist brand trying to achieve this through simple multifunctional products. So I developed a two-in-one black soap conditioning shampoo with a pH of 8, which is mildly cleansing and conditioning, but I'm worried about buildup. How do I eliminate this without having to defeat the purpose of minimalism?" And then
Two in one black soap, shampoo, and
yes,
conditioner. These are These are they're canceling each other out. A two
yeah,
in one black soap, conditioner,
conditioning shampoo,
shampoo. Oh wow!
yeah,
And the pH is what?
8, which is mildly cleansing and conditioning, but she's worried about buildup.
I don't think that buildup is what she should be worrying about, to be honest, with that kind of formulation. I would worry
So
about efficacy, first of all.
yeah.
Your black soap shampoo is going to be alkaline, so which is why you
Mm-hmm.
have that pH. I see that you tried to bring down the pH a bit to 8. Your conditioner, on the other hand, has to be because I mean, if you're talking about being a minimalist brand, that means that you want people to use this and nothing else afterwards.
Yeah, she
That means
wants a
that
conditioning shampoo.
yeah, they've washed their hair and they've conditioned it. And unfortunately, that cannot be true at pH 8. For
Mm.
you to leave hair. So let's even talk about the mechanism of how your shampoo day works. So first of all, your hair has a negative charge on it, and you wash it, still has a negative charge on it, and the pH is kind of high because you've washed your hair with something that's alkaline. And then you're going to have to lead your hair down the route of conditioning. And this means that you want to leave a positive charge on your hair because your conditioning agents are cationics. So, how do you deposit? I'm sorry, I have more questions than answers because I find this really, it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah.
How do you do the deposit of the positive charge on the hair with something that is so clearly anionic? It's in this case, I'm going to say that the product doesn't really, it doesn't work.
You're right. It's not. It's canceling each other out. To be honest, if you're making a clarifying shampoo, with black soap, that's fine. If you want to make black soap, you got you. I think there are some conditioning polymers that I think cationic polyquat 10 might work. However, when we say my work, it's not going to condition. Like it's not. It's just there. You will have that conditioning um after feel, but it doesn't replace the conditioner. So like you said,
No, it doesn't.
it's not feasible really.
No,
It's
it's
just going to
not.
be there acting as it's not feasible.
Yeah, you have a very well-known brand in, I believe that they are, oh, of course, they are from France, and it's called La Petite Marseille. And
Mm.
what they do some conditioning shampoos, but they don't really highlight the conditioning aspect of it. So they use the gua hydroxy, that long name chloride in their
Yes, yes,
conditioning.
yes.
But you're
Cationic
still
guago.
yes.
Mm.
But you are in truth, you're still expected to use a conditioner after that. They've used it. It looks nice to see on the bottle. My concern is that she has stated that she has a minimalist brand, and by saying that she has
Mm-hmm.
a minimalist brand, she's trying to say in her in her in her lineup, her brand, her lineup of products. If you use this product, then you need to wash your hair and you need to condition your hair at the same time. There are other brands that do the two in one, but the truth of the matter is you must condition your hair afterwards. So she's still going to need to make a conditioner, and I advise that she takes the conditioning agent out of the black soap and puts it in a separate product, so that it is her so that her consumers can meet their goals.
I agree. Then I think Esoya said she wants to say something. Let me add her to the stage. Um, you can say something, Esoya. You've been added to the stage. I think they triggered her. Um,
Hello?
hello.
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so usually we do not advise clients to use like conditioning shampoos. We see a lot of side effects from people using that product. My colleagues in one of my colleagues in another country mentioned that he doesn't consider it to be a perfect product. So when it comes to handling of hair, we always advise that you use a shampoo, because the thing is when you are dealing with hair, you are trying to get something. So clean the hair and then condition the hair just like natural Nigerian says. But if you put the two in one product, we tend to see certain things that the customer is not looking for, you know. So I know that can lovely, forgive me, a particular brand, I already said their name, they made a product like that, it didn't last in the market for long because people, it wasn't
Mm.
really doing what it was supposed to do. So do a shampoo, let it cleanse the client's hair, remove all the oil, and then make a conditioner that they have to follow up with so that the cuticles can properly be sealed. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I need to
Thank you.
chime
So,
in here and say I absolutely agree because just from the terms, conditioning is the opposite of cleansing. So you can't go and come at the same time. So it makes absolutely absolute sense to cleanse first, and then you begin to restore lipids and blah 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 and moisture after you've cleansed. You're cleansing to remove dirt and whatever build up. So it makes absolute sense. I think that a conditioning shampoo is tautology. It really doesn't make sense in practice.
thank you. Instead, if you, I don't know, please, what do you think? What do you think of moisturizing shampoos? Not conditioning this time. Adding shampoos. I'm asking Esohen right now. What do you think
Okay.
about? What do you think of moisturizing shampoos? So shampoos that won't strip.
Mm-hmm.
We still have all those let's say super fattening agents or things that will add a bit of moisture to the. Is it moisture? Yeah, not dry out the hair. Cleanse and not dry out.
Okay.
Maybe glycol
Um,
disterate or things like that.
yeah. So it depends on when these products, we look at the client's regimen. If you are the kind of client that washes her hair regularly, when I say regularly, maybe you go to the gym or something, you sweat a lot, so you're washing your hair like every 2 to 3 days. Because the average person with natural hair or the average person that has tightly curled hair doesn't wash her hair as often because of how long it takes to detangle and manipulate and dry. So you find people washing their hair maybe once in a week, once in 2 weeks. Some people go as far as once in a month. Now, what I would suggest is if a client is washing her hair regularly, that's when we do the moisturizing shampoos. That way, you are not stripping your hair and scalp of its natural oils, and you don't have that dryness. But if you are the kind of person that washes fine between, please, you need to clarify because you need to consider there's a lot of pollution in the environment and these things settle on the hair. There's even a study that was carried out that linked hair loss with pollution. And that's why
Okay.
now we really emphasize on our clients keeping their hair and scalp clean as often as possible. So if you are the kind of person that washes fine between, please use a clarifying shampoo. But if you are washing a little bit more often, then you can do the moisturizing shampoo. But then you still need to alternate. Because remember, moisturizing shampoos can sometimes leave deposits behind on the hair. So if you continue using that, you're going to have buildup. So we recommend that clients should alternate between the two.
Okay.
Moisturize now and then maybe like once in a 2 weeks or so, then you use your clarifying shampoo so that you get the best. Is that okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right,
Yes,
cool.
that's okay.
Well,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Okay, so somebody is asking formulators, and this question is very interesting. She said that my question is what is the minimum wage a cosmetic formulator should charge when working as an employee? Not everyone will have the is it identity? I don't quite get. Okay, I believe in collaboration and community building, but I feel because the challenges in underpayment or overpayment. Sorry, I think the basic question is what is the minimum wage a cosmetic formulator should charge when working as an employee? Evita, would you answer? Okay, even though you're not you're not here in Nigeria, um, I would have said you should answer the question. And then I know you people are not here, but do you have any idea of the minimum a cosmetic formulator should charge?
What's your worth?
Thank
You
you.
should charge
That's a
what is worth.
simple. That's a that's a simple answer actually to the question.
No, I really beg to
Um,
differ. So I beg to differ. So you see that we have the minimum wage. When you look at every country, okay, they have the minimum wage. And
okay.
so I mean, in as much as you are charging your worth, if you are working as an so I think it's different if you are working as a freelancer, then that one you can actually charge your worth, okay? But if you've been employed by someone, then I mean, it's not really about charging your worth because they will be paying you based on the minimum wage and then other incentives. Okay. So if it's like me being an engineer coming out from school and then I say, look, I'm a female engineer, so pay me this. It can't work like that. The company will pay me based on the minimum wage, and then based on also how the company value your contribution, to the organization. That is how much they would pay you. But if you are a freelancer, then it's based on your experience and what really you bring to the table.
Yeah. Okay, so let me come in here a bit. I remember people sent me from the my experience with the Nigerian market. Nigerian market will deal with you. Like they can tell you. I remember somebody sending me a message on LinkedIn about a job description, and I'm like, okay, so how much? And the person says, was it 150,000 naira? I said, is it per day or per week? The person was like, it's per month, and I was like, I don't, and this job is on the island, um. So in Nigeria here, right? So I get what you mean, Evita. Like over there, because most times when you even see the minimum wage, it makes sense. Here, um, it can be really tricky, especially because I find that the people do not really understand the job. It's still a new market, the job of a cosmetic scientist or a cosmetic formulator here. So most times it's been they underprice cosmetic scientists a lot, you know. And you're like, what's your job description? I know of somebody, a very good cosmetic chemist. If you find, I don't think they pay most cosmetic chemists here in Nigeria. I'm not sure they pay them above 250,000 naira per month. I'm not sure. And that 250,000 naira, I think that they will feel like they're even doing you a favor. And you would, that 50, 250K, the amount of formulas you would develop and the kind of work you would do. So I think it just depends on where you are. And when we say charge what you're what, maybe you should just be, if you want to enter the market, this is what you expect. Because like Evita said, because what she said is not out of place. Like Evita said, that's what is obtainable in the marketplace. And if that is discouraging for you, then just be a freelancer and charge your what. But in the marketplace, so Nigerian market, you want to be a cosmetic, for them to pay you 250K, they are bringing a lot to the table. In fact, at a point, I mentioned one ridiculous amount. They didn't talk to me again. I was like, that's better, because why would you come and tell me that you want to pay me 150,000 naira to be coming to the island for, and I'll work maybe on Saturdays, you know? So Emmett said, okay, please, you can speak. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what I said. I said what you're worth, and I stand by it. I understand what Evita is saying. I was speaking about really about people that are consultants more than people that work in a company. So everything she said about people that work in a company, I completely stand beside. When I say what you're worth, I say that not as natural Nigerian or formulation class. I'm quite the entrepreneur, but because I'm private, people don't realize this. So the only thing I'm going to say about that is I've been on both ends, where I have charged people as a consultant and where I have paid for services as a consultant in foreign currency as well. And let me say that when people give me their prices, I tend to respect it. First of all, I seek out people that have a certain level of experience. And so when they give me their price, I can't even bat an eyelid. I'm the one that went to ask. When I say charge what you're worth, you have to be pragmatic. So if you are a beginner formulator, you cannot charge me, say, um, should we use Naira or should we use euros or dollars
Yes.
now? What should I use? Which one should we
I think
use?
you should use
Use
Naira so
use
that
Naira.
so
Use
that
Naira.
our
Naira.
mind will not blow
Okay.
up. If you use euro like this, it can discourage us.
No, but I funny enough, I just said 250,000 naira, and I'm like, that's like 250, $270. I'm like, are you joking? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
exactly. That's no money at all. So
at
a
all.
beginner, yeah, a beginner coming to ask me for 250,000, and I mean beginner, doesn't has never done anything. For me, that's all right. You can ask me for 250,000 naira. I will then be the judge of whether I will keep you on a retainership after 1 month or not. Now, if I know I'm coming to you with a certain level of knowledge and experience, and you are trying to lowball me, there is no way on earth um, I'm going to be the person that you need. I don't do it to others, so I wouldn't do it to I wouldn't allow anyone to do it to myself. To give you some figures, I worked with someone in the UK, and this was for some other project I had, and she charged me £1,250 for working
That's
2.5 days. That comes to 16 hours a month. And I paid that money because I knew what she was bringing. So she charged me what she felt she was worth. And she didn't stop there. Oh. Every 6 months, she would send me an email and say, I have reviewed my day rate and it has increased by so and so percentage. And she will send me an invoice. So you have to
people are
charge what you are
relocate.
worth. You have to charge what you're worth. And I have also charged people, to be honest. People come to me and consult for their lines. People that want to maybe even open businesses in Europe, for instance. I've done work like that before, and I charge them what I am worth. If you cannot pay, that's fine. There is no quarrel. I am just not the formulator for you, and you go and find someone else.
I agree. So, really, everybody should charge your word though. It's very important. And if you know you don't want people to be paying you 150K for 1 month, maybe you should just be a freelancer because even big brands, I can't mention names that look for cosmetic chemists, they won't give them above 250K is big. In that 250K, you will work, you will know that you worked. So I think it's because this industry is still um will I say growing? I don't know. So most times it's difficult to get paid past 250,000 naira, unfortunately. Okay, somebody said sorry. Um PH testing and upscaling. It's not a question, but I think she said that's what she wants to learn. PH testing and upscaling. Um and talking about upscaling, like I usually say, and this brings me to people who sell formulas now, stock formulas here in Nigeria. Unfortunately, people go into the lab now, make products, make 100 grams or even 500 grams, and they find that it's stable and they start, or even without even running tests, you make an emulsion, a 500 gram batch size of emulsion. It seems pretty good for like 2 months. You think that this is fine, and then you start to sell it without any stability tests whatsoever. You start selling that formula to people. Now, when it comes to upscaling, at every point of upscaling, you need to run what's it called? Tests, stability tests to see how, because there are so many things. The way your hand blender will work, it's not the same way, the same thing with your homogenizer. It's not the same thing with a larger equipment. And all these things also um will all those things, all these things also will influence how your products will turn out. Sometimes the viscosity of your product and all of that. So talking about upscaling, it's a broad topic. Um, it's a really broad topic. To be honest, first of all, get your formula, and when we talk about you get your formula, you make it, and you can make like 1 kg, from 1 kg 10 kg, and then upscale little by little that way. Not that you just make a 500-gram batch size, and then from that 500-gram batch, that formula, use it to formulate 50 kg. It doesn't work that way because there are so many things: heating time, the temperature, mixing methods and equipment. All those things will influence the stability of your product also. All right. Somebody said, let me see. How do I keep urea in formulations? Keep urea stable in formulations without the pH drifting too much. Evita, will you answer this? Are you there?
Can you? I didn't get you.
She said, how does she keep urea stable in formulations without the pH drifting too much?
Oh, she needs to put a buffer system in place.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And some of these buffers, you can create sodium lactate, sodium citrate. All these things help, especially sodium citrate. It helps with the buffering as well. Also, make sure you are using a chelating agent also in
Mm,
there. Yeah. But the most
okay.
important thing is that you make sure you have a good buffer system.
Yes, that's the most important.
Yeah.
Thank you. I actually prefer citrate systems to lactate systems. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Citrate works
Okay.
better also.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see. I still have. When using stearamidopropyl dimethylamine and ingredients like sodium PCA, how do I balance the pH without using too much citric acid? So this is kind of how do I answer this? How do you balance pH without using too much citric acid? Okay, what you can do is this. I find that sometimes this pH thing, if you increase this your stock concentration, maybe you need to use less. So, for example, if the concentration of 80% lactic acid you need to bring down your formulation will be lower than when you use maybe 40% lactic acid solution. I don't know if this makes sense. So again, your citric acid, are you adding it directly? Do you make a stock solution of that? Because I would really love to answer, like put this question in perspective. When you say how do you do this without using too much citric acid, um, you just have to keep adding the pH adjuster till you get your desired pH level. So what you can do is, if you're making a stock solution, you might want to make a stronger stock solution so that you do not use you don't use so much, you know. So like I said, instead of using maybe 20% citric acid solution, you may want to use like 50% so that you use less. But you still need to add the amount you need to add till you get to your desired pH level. I don't know if this answer makes sense to the person. Um, okay. Let me see. Another person said, how do I start a successful cosmetic business? Um, Olumide, she said, how does she start a successful?
From me. Why did you
Yeah, a
call my
business
name?
because you're a businesswoman.
Okay. This question, eh? ah, I don't know. I'm trying to look for a compact answer.
It's
Ah,
broad.
ah. Hmm. How do you start a successful cosmetic business? Find First of all, find a good product, or rather, first of all, find a problem. Find a problem in the cosmetics industry that you can solve, not one that you want
Yeah.
to solve, one that you are able to solve. In being able to solve it, number one, you have the product. You can get a formulation that will work. You can find packaging that will work for the formulation to maintain its efficacy. When the product is sorted, you can find a market that wants it. That's even the beginning, first of all. Okay. First of all, find a market, which is find the problem. So find a problem, meaning you already have customers who have this problem, who will give you money for the product. Once you're sure there's a market for the problem, there's a market that has the problem, then you now find the solution, which is get the product, perfect the product, do your research, how to package it. For the people, are they coming to your store to pick it up? Are you going to run an e-commerce business? Are you running a DM Instagram business? All of that is based on, first of all, who are the people you are selling to. Let's take hair, for instance. Baby hair. You decide to deal with baby hair. So you already know that you're dealing with mothers who have newborn babies, their peculiarities. They're not going to joke with the health of their children. Understand what their pain points are, and then put yourself right at their door as the solution to that pain point. That's called the sweet spot. Once you find that sweet spot, the money will literally chase you. So identifying your market is the first thing. And the beauty of the Nigerian market is it's filled with problems. So pick the one that you're in the best
That's true.
position to solve. Pick the one that you're in the best position to solve, and then go about solving it. Do your research, ask your questions. Once you find the product and you've perfected it, now begin to deal with your route to market. How do you want to sell it to them? Who are they? What language do they speak? What's your best? Then you develop your marketing strategy. Once you have your marketing strategy, the rest will flow. So I think the issue is pick a problem. Don't be an I don't know. Don't,
Mm,
cosmetics is so broad. Don't try to fill every space. You can't. No one can. If the L'Oreals of this world have not, it is not you and I that will. It's best to pick
exactly.
one problem, focus on it. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, pick a problem. And again, it doesn't have to be as streamlined, as tiny as just baby hair. It could be a baby care range. You could do what Adoni Organics is doing, that's doing plenty, plenty, plenty different solutions. But you could pick
Mm,
just one. But the issue is know what it is you want to achieve. Once you know what it is you want to achieve, the rest becomes easy. So you're not struggling. So, for example, if you know that acne is what you want to deal with, then you know how to go about developing a product or a range that deals with acne. You know how to package it. You know the people who need that product. You know where to find them. You know how to speak to them. So, you know what your product should look like and where your product should be. You know the sort of influencers you should get if you're going to go the influencer route. You know what your price point should be based on what other people selling that product are pricing their products at after you've done your profitability um, reviews. You're obviously not going to be pricing based on what other people are doing. Please do not do that. And so on and so forth. So it begins with selecting the issue you want to deal with. I hope I've, sorry, am I, is
yes,
that good?
you're on point. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Um, Somebody said, how do we harness the power of locally available plants into our formulation? And then, would you love to answer that?
Yeah, the plant biologists. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can
Okay.
tell you that you're really the expert here because you're the one that studied it in school. If you want me to say a little something, I can say something about it. Um, I think that Nigeria has a very
Okay.
underdeveloped ethnobotanical, underdeveloped in the sense that we haven't quite brought it into this century by doing the necessary research, science at the level at which it should be done. Some of them have already been researched. It's out there. Just look for something like wound healing, and you'll see, and Nigeria in you find journal articles about certain wound healing um, botanicals. So it's there, and Somi, I'm going to leave it up to you about how to harness it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so basically, like you said, ethnobotany is something that is really underdeveloped. However, like you also said, we have information out there. And then one thing I'm going to say about plant extracts is that they work, irrespective of what any person say, any person has to say about this. I am a testimony that plant extracts work, and you just need to know how to use them properly. And then if we're waiting for crude, if we're waiting for, I know people will say, oh, they would rather standardized plant extract. If we're waiting for that, we may never fully harness the power of our indigenous plants. For example, I remember developing a formula with kola nut, a hair care formula with kola nut and oziza. We started looking for caffeine, and realized that kola nut has a high, I think the caffeine in kola nut is higher than that in coffee. And then I started to look for the best extraction method to be able to get a at least an ample, a good concentration of that caffeine from my extract, and then use it in my hair care formulation. Same thing with Uziza, I think it's piperine or something. So one thing I'm going to say is that don't just take when you want to talk about plant extracts. I find that because we think it's natural, it's plants, we tend to take them for granted. When you want to use plant extracts, first of all, start to research the phytochemical that is doing the job. So for example, I see people adding or ripe pawpaw into their black soup. Now, when you're adding pawpaw, what you're looking for is papain. It's actually more abundant in the unripe parts than the ripe one. You have really little in the ripe one. So this is something that is a very broad topic. That's why I want to do and this class that I've been wanting to do on our plant extract. I hope I get around to doing it this year. So basically what we need to do is crude plant extractions. Um um we need to learn how to do our own crude plant extractions. Now, will this team be able to meet standards? That's where the problem lies because you will need to register it with them. I think there's a body where you need to register ingredients and all of that. And if you're trying to export and all of that, I don't know if this is feasible. I'm not so sure. I haven't done my in-depth research on that, on how to go about because you have to treat that plant extract as an ingredient, and get the safety data of that plant extract and all of that. So we need to, if you're going to do that and do it well, by the time you make your own plant extract, you need to take your time to do all the toxicology tests. I'll be sorry, do all the tests, even run stability tests and all of that, because you want to be able to determine if you are going to keep that plant extract, or you want to sell it, the shelf life of that plant extract, which is something that I feel that, like, this industry is broad. If somebody comes now and decides that what I want to do is make plant extract for sale, I can assure you that the person is going to blow. If you make plant extract and I know that you make it well, I'm going to buy from you. We have a lot of plants. There's bitter leaf, like I said, there's uziza. I don't know what's the English name for. I don't know the Piper guineans. Yeah, there's bitter leaf, there's piper, the botanical name is Piper guineans, there's cola nut. We have a lot of beautiful plants. So for now, the only way we can do it is by making our own crude plant extract and making it well, making it really well in such a way that we do not jeopardize the integrity of our formulations through microbial contamination, because plant extracts are also food for microbes. So this is something that we really need to pay attention to. So I think we'll be going off by 2. We have a lot of questions. I'm not sure we'll be able to answer everything. Thank God we didn't do I wish we were able to do the Ask the Formulator, the roundtable session, because I wanted us to talk about a lot of things from soap. Unfortunately, the subject ends today. I wanted us to talk about soap because I find that now a lot of Instagram influencers now cancel soap. Oh, don't use soap. I wouldn't use soap on my face and all of that. And I would love that people know the myths, the misconceptions, the truth. I would really love to discuss these things. So I don't know, maybe we would have an individual live session to discuss these things, because these are the kind of topics I would love to discuss. Like I always say, normal healthy skin is resilient. And soap is not the only the only product in your skincare regimen. After the soap, you have your toner, you have other things. Now, people that have oily and acne prone skin, you can argue that, it will cause a disruption in the acid mantle and all of that, or maybe people who have atopic dermatitis. But normal healthy skin, there's nothing wrong with soap, to be honest. And some soaps can have a pH of up to 10, but right now, formulations, you can make soap that is not that high, like doesn't have a pH that is that high. And so I think we need to discuss all these things. And that topic I wanted us to discuss was pro mixing. Is it really bad, and all of that? And again, when people say pro mixing, it just means professional mixing, and I find that people use bases. It's not today that we start using bases to a lot of people use bases to mix in ingredients. The thing is, I find that the problem lies in how it is done. So I would love that we have these topics, and let people know there's nothing wrong. There are companies that sell bases to people, and they tell you how to customize that base. So, for example, they'll tell you don't add more than maybe 10% actives, or sorry, 10% extra ingredients, because they've calculated the preservative system, they've calculated the emulsifier and all of that, and they know that if you add more than 10%, it will destabilize, you know. So I guess that there are so many things that we need to talk about, and I really wish that we were able to cover everything. Uh, Now it has even given us our warning that Instagram has disconnected the stream because we've overstayed. Thank you everyone for joining this. If we didn't answer your questions, I don't know. I hope we're able to do this again, because I really found this, even me, it was really impactful. We're able to answer a lot of questions and all of that. There are so many topics that I would have loved us to talk about. Um, and I think I would still let me read out some of the topics that I said, the roundtable topics, even though we're not going to discuss it further. But let me just read out the roundtable topics that we're supposed to talk about. We said something about soap, the controversy, the myths. Okay, Dr. Chizo said the reason people are so emphatic about soap is that we generally don't listen unless we are scared. So also, well, really true. I don't know. I think fear mongering works well, like works better for Nigerians. They like by the time people use fear, and that's why in fact, even marketing during market, once you use the fear of missing out to market, they'll start rushing towards the product. Also, we're going to talk about claims, where to draw the line, the kind of claims that you can make. And we're also going to talk about new actives. Do they really work, or are they just there for the marketing benefits? And me, I love to experiment with new actives, but again, I've come to realize that from my experience, old actives, if it's not Panadol, it's not still Panadol. But I'm not saying new actives don't work; they work. But from my experience, I find that so for example, vitamin C, personally, I will always use L-ascorbic acid. It works better for me, but I will use it in anhydrous formulations. Now, for some skin types, like acne prone skin, I want to get extra benefit from SAP. I mean, use SAP. I would use SAP to do maybe add other ingredients like SAP. I can combine it with maybe salicylic acid at that high pH, because salicylic acid can work at pH 6.5. Um, so I can do SAP, salicylic, a bit of salicylic acid, and a bit of niacinamide. It depends on the formulation, but I'm still an L-ascorbic acid girl. So thank you everyone. To the speakers, I can't thank you enough. Formulators, everyone that attended, that made this event a success, I can't thank you enough. I'm so grateful, and I hope that we keep up these conversations, because these are conversations that we need to have. For example, these roundtable topics, I hope that I wish, I would really love that we find time to still talk about it, because this is something that people really need to know. Let's separate the truth from the lies in the industry. And then, sorry if we're not able to answer your questions. We are so sorry. Maybe someday we'll just do a general Q&A session again, just to reach out to answer your questions. However, the reason we did this is so that you see that you have experts here. You have experts. If you don't want Nigerians, we have in Netherlands, we have in UK, outside this country, and here in Nigeria, we have experts that you can always reach out to. If you're running into a fix, people here, you can do formula review consultation sessions, you can do short classes, master classes. Formulation class has short classes on she has classes on preservation. I don't want to hear, if you attended this summit and you're still struggling with preservation, it's on you, because I don't know what else we can do. Natural Nigerian has a class on preservation on emotions. So you want to learn how to make stable emulsions. You can't learn how to formulate with azelaic acid, salicylic acid if you've not learned how to make emulsions. It's not possible. You need to learn these stable things, before you start to fly. Your basic GMP. How do you formulate without knowing about GMP? And GMP is not just about washing and sanitizing your tools and equipment. It covers a lot of things, you know. So you have access to this information, and when I started out, I wish we had something like this. It probably would have shortened my learning time, but it's okay. So thank you everyone for joining, and then thank you Olumide, ID, Dr. Chizo, Chico, Evita. Thank you so much. Hair Revive, so Hair, thank you so much. Skin and Hair Manufacturing Hub, thank you. I appreciate you all. And I don't know, is that Kike, even though she has left. Thank you everyone for joining. So we're just going to end the live stream now. And you can always reach out to any one of us through the DM. You can send a message. Now, if this is you're going to watch the replay of this. I think there's a replay on Facebook and there's a replay on the YouTube, but there's no replay on Instagram. So you can check day one if you missed any of the speaker sessions. You can check on on Facebook or YouTube. All right, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I wanted to end the